Hi, folks. Is everybody awake? Great. Welcome to Higher Ground at BSides Las Vegas. The talk you're going to see is an overview of InfoSec certifications. It's been brought to you by Code Red. Our friends at Code Red aren't here, but those are the folks that are going to be doing the resume reviews later on in the day. Those are at noon. Couple of notes. These talks are being streamed live. You don't need to pull out your cell phones. Also, just to remind you, we have a photo policy, which means you can't take photos in this room unless you've asked everyone's permission, even of the backs of their heads. A couple other things. If you have a question, use the mic. Don't shout at our presenters. Some of them kind of enjoy heckling, but that's not a thing we like here, so please don't do that. And lastly, the talks are being recorded with the exception of Sky Talks. Everything you're seeing here will be available on YouTube later on, so if you do have a question later on, you can come back to the B-Side site, and we can show you where that is. Now let's get started. Please welcome Michael R. Brown, an ISSA fellow who's going to tell us about InfoSec certifications. And I'm going to go sit at the back now.
Great. Thank you very much. Few things. I do ask that people hold off your questions to the end. That way I can get through with this material. If we don't have the time to answer your questions afterwards, since we have another talk right after me, I'm going to go out here in the main room, and feel free to come up to me after this session, or if you run into me later today or tomorrow. I give you permission to take pictures of my slides. I don't like to share my slide deck, but I highly encourage pictures because I do have URLs, I do have information, and so forth. So I have no problem with you guys taking pictures. I encourage people to do so. So I noted says 2026 update. That is not an idle claim. I have to update this presentation 2 or 3 times a year, and actually last July I did that again because there's a lot of new things. So let's begin. As you can see, yes, I have a few certifications, so that is what kind of was the impetus of this. I'm not going to go into too much depth on who I am. I have computer science degrees. I was a sysadmin. I pivoted into security. I was a consultant. Now I'm a CISO, privacy officer, and kind of fun things like that. So this is a listing in my search, but more broken down by different organizations. This is mainly not meant to as a brag, but more of, yes, I have different certs from different organizations, and that kind of broadens my experience with how they work. So basic agenda. I'm going to first go into some basics of how certifications work, because I find a lot of people just don't understand that or have misunderstandings. Then I'll go into what I feel are the 5 main certification bodies, and then we'll go into a lot of other smaller organizations that do certifications. They may not be you may not be into certain ones, but others may as well, so I feel it's important. Then I kind of try to wrap things up with some advice on what certs I think you might want to think about getting for yourself. So, disclaimer, all the opinions expressed are my own. They don't reflect B-Sides, the organizations, or anyone else. My focus is on vendor neutral certifications, and I'm kind of like this at this point. I love to help people out and share my experience, but I've gotten a little bit cranky and whatnot with some of the things I get from people. So one thing I also want to point out, this is one thing I've learned with dealing with certifications and looking at it, is that pick any aspect of certifications, there is someone that does something different. Either some certification is different or some organization does something different. I'm going to be speaking in generalities. We don't have the time for me to point out oh, well, we do it this way except for these guys. Oh, we do it this way except for those guys. Expect that there is going to be someone that does something differently. So with that, let's get into it, and where I need to kind of disappoint a lot of you. So let's make some things very clear. 1, no certification is going to get you a job. Sorry. And it certainly will not get you a well-paying job. This is a persistent myth that a lot of people think. I can tell you I got none of my jobs because of my certifications in themselves. So why bother? Well, here's the thing. They will help you get an interview. And the problem is most HR people will ignore you if you don't have these certifications. You need to understand that for every job posted, there's lots and lots and lots of people applying for them. And a lot of companies go oh, how do we weed out this huge pile of applications? Oh, I know. Let's get rid of the people that don't have certifications, and that whittles down that pile. I've had recruiters come to me and say oh, you're very impressive. You have all these certifications. We'd like to put you forth for this position. So, if I didn't have the certifications, they would have ignored me. So that's what I said. They're weeding you out. And despite what some people claim, I don't think this is going to go away. Companies are going to continue to do so to weed things out. Because you got to realize, I'm the InfoSec, person that you'd probably want to get in front of to get interviewed. But before you get to me, you need to go through the HR people who don't know jack about what we do. Understand also this is something I discovered. In some areas, employees may be expected, sometimes required, to hold certain certifications. I have had IT audit people come to me and tell me they were told that they had to get a CISA certification, otherwise they would be let go. Okay? I used to be a consultant, and they used the fact that I had all these certifications to be able to send me out to these jobs. And they're like, oh, we're sending you this guy to help you out. Don't worry, he is certified, he's got all these qualifications, you can trust him. So be mindful of that. And also I tell people, you may not need the certification for this job you have right now, but who knows if you might get let go and you'll need it for the next job. So keep that in mind. Don't want to spend too much time on this, but I really wish people would stop confusing certificates and certifications. They are not the same. Stop confusing them. Now, what I mean by a certificate, this is where you go and take a little class. Maybe it's 2 hours, maybe it's 2 days. At the end, you take this little test, and you're like, oh, and here's your certificate of that you did this. That's really great and wonderful. Most people, quite honestly, most certificates, no one cares. I have several. I don't put them on my resume. I don't even put them on my LinkedIn profile. They're not worth it. There's probably maybe about a dozen certificates worth doing that with. What we're talking about are professional certifications, and I have to emphasize this. We are a profession, okay? This is not a, InfoSec, cybersecurity is not a hobby or anything like that. It's a profession. So certifications are different. Some of them require you to have experience before you get the certification. They will expire. That confuses a lot of people. My degree doesn't expire. Well, certifications aren't degrees, okay? They're professional qualifications, and professional qualifications expire. That's how they work. All the tests are proctored, and if you've never gone through a proctored exam, it's an experience. You will be required to either retest or do continuing education to maintain your certification, and you'll pay an annual fee and so forth. Also, certifications get updated. That's why a lot of certification bodies go like, oh, if you are studying to get this certification, we're going to be changing it very soon, so you better take the test soon. So that's something else that works out. Now, this is all due to this standard, an international standard called, basically 17024. It's a certification for certifications. So let me point out a few things about this that's important. One thing is that most organizations will, of course, do training for your certification. What they don't want is teaching to the test. What these organizations will do is they will define what they call a body of knowledge or a common body of knowledge. We call it a BOK or CBOK that says this is the standard that we are testing you against. And the training will train you against the CBK or BOK, and you'll be attested for the certification against that CBK or BOK. Now, the CBK or BOK might be an outline, it may be a book that you can purchase, but this is how they do it. One thing you need to also understand, and this will mess you up, is if you approach these certification tests with, I get this question, well, at work, we would do it this way, you will mess up. Because these organizations are setting down, okay, for this situation, this is how we want you to address the issue. That's why you need to study and prepare, because you need to understand how the organization wants you to address the issues. Now, another thing also about this is that the organizations have to separate training and testing. They're separate organizations, separate groups of people. This means that the people who develop the practice exams are not the people who develop the actual certification exams. And again, that kind of throws people off. I've seen people go like, I studied and this sort of stuff prepared and I want to take the certification exam, and none of the questions were on the practice exams. Yeah, that's not how it works, guys. Yeah, they're totally separate. You need to understand the concepts, and that's what prepares you for this. So this is something that you need to kind of understand that makes things a little bit different, makes things a little bit tricky. So certs versus degrees. Again, people confuse this. Are they equivalent? No. Please stop that. Are certs replacing degrees? I see that a lot. No. You got to understand, certs are very specific, very narrow focus, whereas a degree is broader knowledge. What's quite clear is certification should be thought of as equivalent to the classes you take for your degrees. Best is to take a look at SANS Technology Institute, where you get a degree from them by taking their training courses and passing the certification exams. So basically, the certifications are your classes. So that's the best way to think about it. Another thing to make sure you understand is just because you pass the test doesn't mean you got certified. Yes, there are certifications. You go and you pass the exam, boom, you're certified, great to go. But that doesn't always work. The ones that require you to have experience, once you pass the test, then you have to put in an application with your proof of experience, and it's going to be 6 months, 6 to 8 weeks or whatever before you get your certification. Also understand that you can go, maybe a certification requires you to have 5 years experience. You don't have that 5 years experience. You can actually go and take the test, but you can't get the cert until you get that experience. Now, the thing is you have to be very, very, very careful of is you cannot give the impression you have the cert when you do not. The organizations do not like that, and you'll get yourself into trouble. They're totally fine with like, oh, I passed the exam and announce it on LinkedIn and this sort of stuff, but they don't want you to give the misimpression you have the certification. So be very careful about that. Also, some orgs will do like an associate status and so forth. So again, everyone is a little different. So some trends I've been seeing, again, most certs are still tests of knowledge. Here's a question, here's 4 possible answers, pick the best one. We're seeing more and more increasing with skills-based certifications or adding skills-based elements to certifications. I expect this trend to continue. I'm seeing more what are called stackable certs. You get this cert and this cert and this cert, and we'll give you like a super cert. I don't know if it's going to really expand or if people really care. So it depends. Licensing versus certification. I hear this brought up that, hey, we should license people in our field. Oh, you want to be a pen tester? You need to be licensed. I'm kind of very leery about this, but understand that certifications work just like licensing in terms of how they work, except the difference is that with licensing, the government says, oh, you can't do this unless you have the license. And we don't yet have that, and I'm hoping we don't. So that's something to be aware of because, yes, people are talking about doing this. So let's talk about a few things. Studying and preparing, please study. I don't know why some people think they can just go in cold. Depending on the cert, there's different options. You might have a class. You might have books that you can obtain. I highly encourage the use of sample questions and so forth. What I particularly like is what are called QAE. That's the term that ISACA uses. That's questions, answers, explanations. There's nothing I hate more than I go and here's a sample question and I go like, oh, I think it's B, and then I look it up and I'm told it's C, and I'm like, why is it C? I don't know. With QAE, they'll go through and say like, oh, well, A is not the answer because of this reason. B is not the answer because of this reason. C is the answer because of this reason. D isn't because of this reason. Then you can go through and read like, oh, I misunderstood it. Now I see why C is the answer, and that really helps your studying. You want to focus on learning, not testing, i.e. stop trying to memorize test questions. Please don't waste money and time on dumps of the questions. One, it's an ethical violation, and again, it's trying to get on memorization. You need to focus on learning. So testing. I think I'm safe in saying I don't think anyone does paper tests anymore. I've done that. I think everyone now does it on computer. In most cases, you'll have to go to a testing center. Some orgs do not allow for what's called remote proctoring. If they do, please understand that there are some risks to doing a remote proctoring, i.e. if your network goes out, you're SOL. Sorry. So please consider that if you're going to do remote proctoring. I encourage people to go and find like a conference room or an empty office at your company and do it there as opposed to at home. They're timed. You can take a break. The clock doesn't stop. Understand how the particular test works, because it used to be that you were like told, oh, your test is going to be 100 questions, 150 questions, you have so much time, and we go like, oh, if I got this, okay, I need to make sure I average so much time for each question. In the old days, most of them would allow you to like, oh, I get a question I'm not sure about, let me mark it and I'll come back. You know, some allow you to do that, some don't, so understand that. What we're getting more and more is what's called a computer adaptive testing. That's where each question is scored. So you start off like mid-level and you do good, they'll give you harder questions that are worth more. And if you do bad, they kind of back it out. So how many questions you get may vary. You know, you might go along and it just it stops and goes like, oh, you passed, you're done. And otherwise it might go, oh, sorry, you failed, yeah, you're done. So be aware of how that particular test works. Results may be immediate, maybe a few weeks. Please don't get worked up about the scoring. Some tests don't tell you the score. You know, some tests give you the score, and honestly, it's meaningless. You know, I think for my socket test, I passed with like a 330, whatever the heck that means. So please stop obsessing about scoring. So I mentioned continuing education and whatnot. Again, we're a profession. We should be keeping up our knowledge and skills. Obviously, that's why hopefully you guys came to BSides to do that. Very good. A lot of your colleagues don't do this. So certification require you to do this as opposed to retesting. I'd rather do this rather than retake the test. We call them either CPEs or PDUs or so forth. Loosely, 1 hour is 1 point. You're required to have so many points over time. You're required to have so many either over the year or over the period. Again, depends on the certification. That's why I say check with the specific certification organization on their rules. You know, do they say, oh, you've got to have so many over the 3 years, we don't care when you do it? Or they go like, oh, you have to have so many over the 3 years, but you need to have a minimum of 10, 20 each year. You know, also a lot of them will put limits. Oh, you can do this activity, but we're only going to allow you to do 8 hours of it. Oh, you can do this, but so there's limits and what they'll accept and so forth. However, the next point is real important. For most activities will apply to pretty much all your certs for all your orgs. You saw that list of certs I have. When I do an activity like come to BSides, I'm gonna apply the CPEs for BSides to every cert I can for all my orgs. That's just how it works. Also, I'm working on getting CPEs all year round. So beginning of the year, I'm doing stuff and doing CPEs. So in most cases for me, probably about the middle of the year, I've got at least the minimum I need for my CPEs, but I'm not stopping. I'm doing things all year round, racking up CPEs so that I have 2 or 3 times, so I don't have to worry that, oh, we're not going to accept this or accept that. We're, okay, fine, I've got plenty more. So keep proof. You will maybe be audited at some point. So, and don't get stressed about the proof. Proof is pretty easy. So what is accepted? Conferences, seminars, workstations like BSides. If you go and take training to earn another certification, you can use the training as CPEs. If you get a new certification, some groups will give you CPEs for that, which is pretty cool. If you're a member of a professional association, ISSA, ISACA, or so forth, those meetings will count. If you're an officer in those groups, you can use that as well. Vendor presentations, you can read books and magazines. Webinars and so forth is another really good way to do it. Writing papers and presentations. So guess what? I can claim more CPEs for doing this presentation. I can claim further CPEs when I write a new presentation. So Some people do like surveys, feedbacks, if you help develop questions. Lots and lots and lots of ways that you can get CPEs. Don't be one of those people get to the end of the period and go like, oh my God, I don't have many CPEs. What do I do? So, auditing, again, everyone does it differently. ISC2 and some others, they would do random, but the thing now is that since you can actually submit your evidence from the get-go, then they're less likely to audit you. So they're random. You just have to provide evidence, and it's usually pretty easy. You all bought your BSides ticket, correct? Okay, that receipt is your proof. So that's the sort of thing I've done. I've done things like, oh, I went to this event. Here's a copy of my badge. Oh, here's the copy of the agenda. See, with my name listed because I did a presentation. And they're like, okay, we're good. So don't overthink it. Cost. A lot of different costs. I mean, training and preparation, there's, if you get books, there's the cost. If you get classes, oh my God, they went from free to like 80,000 depending. Test fee, anywhere from 100 to 1,000. I think most seem to average about 500. And then you get the annual maintenance fee, which will vary again. So that's why I kind of get upset with people who they realize, oh, they have a maintenance fee and they want to just drop the cert. It's like, you just invested how much money to get the cert and you're going to drop it because you don't want to pay $20, $30 a year for it. Sorry, I don't get that. And there's, of course, the CPE cost, which can be either anywhere from free to thousands, depending on what you do. So, okay, let's get in the nitty-gritty. These are what I consider the 5 main certification organizations. Hopefully, you've heard of all of them. So these are kind of the big ones in my mind. So first off, it's CompTIA. They're a trade association. However, about a year or so ago, they got bought by a private equity firm, and they're being run as a for-profit group. And I'm not too keen on that. But anyway, they are pretty much entry-level certifications. They do have some that are, not so much, but they don't require experience. So people who are getting in the field, this is where they're getting their certs from. Let's be honest. So, pretty standard. They have quite a few certs. Use the ones I talk about with people as the Security Plus and the Network Plus. Both decent certifications. They have this CYSA Plus, which is decent. I'm not a pen tester, but I've heard good things about the Pen Test Plus cert. You might have heard that the CASP. It's now Security X, which is kind of meant to be their advanced security certification. They just rolled out early this year a Security AI certification. I don't know how good it is, but be aware, and they do have others. And they organize them in different groups and whatnot. So they do have these expert series, which are meant for people who have several years of experience, but they don't require it. So these may be of interest. They do have these career paths that I've seen. Though I'll be honest, I usually tell people, don't waste your time with the ITF or the A+. Go to Network Plus and Security Plus and go from there. So they do stackable certs. I don't know if anyone cares. It is what it is. So these are my concerns. Like I said, that's a for-profit group, so forth. ISC2, or for those of us who have been around a little while, ISC squared. If you're not aware, that's their actual name. They're an organization basically focused on InfoSec certifications. They also have training, they have conferences, and so forth. I think most everyone have heard of the CISSP, which is their senior level, 5 years experience. No, it is not an entry-level cert, but people try to. Stupid companies, seem to want entry-level people to have it, which is baloney. So they have their concentrations, which are now more separate certs. The CCSP is their cloud, which is really good, and I do like the fact that they got the Cloud Security Alliance to work with them to create that. I mean, to me, that's great that you got groups working together to create certifications. Some of the other ones, most people probably heard of their new CC, Certified in Cybersecurity. It's an entry-level cert. I am honestly not certain how it's been accepted in the industry in terms of, are people seeing it as a kind of a competitor to the Security Plus or not, I don't know. They are now, as of this past month, working on an AI security cert with the intention of rolling it out next year. It is being developed. If you would like to be involved with that, you may do so. You don't have to be a member, but there's a lot of things that they're going to have to hash out. Is it going to be an entry level or mid-level or senior level? Require experience? Don't know. That's what they all got to work out. So, we'll see how that what comes out of that. I'm interested in seeing what they do. So, this is something I see. I'm not sure if it's still up there, but this is something I've seen where it says like, okay, if you're this level in your career, these are the certs they kind of recommend. So, and then we have ISACA. This is probably, if you're not familiar with ISACA, I say, is the group of pretty much your IT auditor, IT control people. I'm an ISACA member. I'm a longtime member. That's what they used to be named. Now they're just ISACA. The thing with ISACA is you can be an ISACA member and not have their certifications. You can go get their certifications and not be an ISACA member, but there's benefits to being both. So I'm an ISACA member. I've got ISACA certifications. So these are their ISACA certs. Some of the ones that are real well known is the CISA, which is IT auditing, the CISM, which is security management, the CRISC is IT risk, which is pretty good. They rolled out earlier this year 3 AI-related certs. I'll talk about those soon. They also are the source for the CMMC certs if you want to be a CMMC assessor. And that's over in the DoD space. And they are also announced this past month that they are going to roll out this certified cybersecurity specialist. They're in beta testing to roll out next year, and it's meant to be an entry-level cybersecurity certification. And I'm like, why do we need this? But, and no one can give me a really good answer, but okay. Anyway, these are the new AI certs, and what's interesting about these is that these are, I believe, the first certs where you were required to have another cert to get it. So these are the certs you must have to get these certs, and when you go to the renewal after 3 years, you must still have that cert. You can't just drop it. Also, just understand that on the audit one and the management one, I think there's like more certs than I could list here. So just be aware of that. So, and what is interesting is those aren't just ISACA certs, those are certs from other organizations. So I thought that was interesting too. Okay, EC Council. I think most people, if you know of EC Council, is probably with the CEH, CEH, and that's about it. But they have a lot of other certs. So these are their certs. Again, most people know CEH and maybe the CCISO, and that's about it. But they do have others. So take that for what it is. They do have various tracks and whatnot. These are some of the slides I got off their website. So it shows like, hey, if your focus is on essentials, take these. If you're going to be, these are the core, these are their specializations, and so forth. This one I think is a little bit better because it's sort of like, if you're a pen tester, get these. If you're an incident responder, take these, and so forth, which I kind of like better. Then we got SANS and GIAC. SANS is the training organization, and GIAC is the certification body, so they've gone to the extreme of actually breaking them two as totally separate organizations. I think most people are aware of SANS. I really like them. I just wish they weren't so expensive. There are ways to get around the cost, okay? They also have different types of certifications. That's something that wasn't always the case. They actually have 3 different types of certifications. So the basic ones that most of us know of are called the practitioner certs. And this is not a complete list. I've gotten to the point where I've given up on trying to keep this up to date because they've add certs, they've dropped certs. 2 of my certs they've dropped, which are really disappointed because they're really great certs. So I can't even attempt to try to keep up with the number of certs, and they keep adding. I think at this point they have about at least a half dozen AI-related certs as well. Then they have these, which are new, which are the applied knowledge certs. Now, these are different in that they are not tied to a specific training class. This is a way for you to prove yourself in a virtualized environment. They do say like, oh, if you want to take this one, we recommend that you have taken this course type thing, but there's not specific training courses. So this is something to think about if that's something you want to do. And then they do have stackable certs, which are these two, which is you need to have so many practitioners and applied knowledge certs. These are what I think are kind of cool, because if you got these, you're probably pretty good. Now, they do have a training roadmap. This is an old one. I went to the website. They had a new one, but I literally could not fit it on a slide. But what it is on this is that, hey, if you're leadership, these are the ones you recommend. If you're a pen tester, if you're an application person. So they have a roadmap, and it's pretty good. It's just not this one because I couldn't fit it on a slide. Okay, now we're going to get into some of the other certs, other organizations. These are much more focused. So for some of you, like I said, you're like, oh yeah, I don't care about that. Oh, but that one I do care about. So let's go through these. If you're into pen testing, I usually tell people about offensive security. These are the guys that created Kali Linux, which hopefully you've heard about. In most cases, I tell people, hey, think about the OSCP. Now, they've done something interesting with the OSCP. When you go and get the OSCP, you're going to get two certs. You're going to get the OSCP, and then you're going to get the OSCP Plus, which is kind of a 17024 type certification that will expire and will require you to maintain it. And I think they're doing that to appease the organizations that expect or require a 17024 certification. So we'll see how that works out. But I thought that was interesting. Another one is Hack the Box. A lot of people really do like Hack the Box, and they do have their own training and whatnot. And honestly, I'm scratching the surface for pen test certs because there seem to be a lot of pen test cert organizations out there. So I basically gave I did those two, and I'm throwing in the towel. Sorry. This is one I discovered recently. This is aimed at people who are federal IT InfoSec workers and so forth. So they have certifications. They are DoD approved and so forth. So if you're working in the federal space, this may be of interest to you. Then we have this group, ASIS International. These are your physical security type people. I usually run into them at InfraGard meetings. So these are people that be more like your chief security officer and so forth. That was what they used to be called. Yes, they have local conferences and so forth, and they actually have certifications too. So if you're physical security, or as one person called it, physical cybersecurity, and I'm like, what? So this might be of interest. If you are interested in IT risk, please take a look at the FAIR Institute. They have certifications and so forth. I'm not sure if and they do have cyber risk and whatnot, so this may be of interest to some of you. If you are into privacy, which I happen to be, IAPP is the group you want to take a look at. Again, it's another group that decided to made the acronym their name. But they've become my go-to for privacy and AI governance, what AI laws are being worked on and so forth. They have local chapters. But honestly, these are more the privacy people, not quite cyber people, but anyway. They have certifications. Because of all the privacy laws around the world, they have to literally have 5 different professional certifications for different areas. What is also interesting is they have this AI governance certification, which I am looking at myself. If disaster recovery is your game, then take a look at DRI International. So these are, I see people who that's their only focus is they do disaster recovery. They're members of this group, they're certified and so forth. They have several certifications. I would tell people, hey, look at the basic and go from there. If IAM, Identity and Access Management, is your bag, and yes, I know people who that's all they do, then take a look at this group. They've been doing certifications the last few years, and quite a few. It's almost mind-boggling. This is probably a better one because it shows, okay, if your focus is on governance, get this one. If implementation, if it's technology and so forth. So that's a group to kind of look at. I'm not sure how well accepted they are in the industry, but kind of be aware. Project management, no, this is not cybersecurity, but there are people who are cybersecurity project managers. And if you want to work in project management, you need to be certified. Many cases, you need to be certified, and most likely it's going to be getting this these certifications from the Project Management Institute. The main one, of course, is the PMP, which is the kind of the bog standard for it. But I thought it was kind of interesting. They now have an AI one down there at the bottom, which is a totally separate standalone cert. I don't quite get that, but so be it. But if you want to get into project management, consider it. I thought about getting it, and I'll be honest, I'm glad I didn't, because I would have been pigeonholed. I would be dealing with these recruiters, and I would tell them, I want to be a security manager. And they're like, oh, you want to be a security project manager? I'm like, no. I want to be a security manager, be in charge of the security department. So, anyway, adventures and trying to get a job. So anyway, Google Career Certificates. I remember a couple of years being bombarded with ads for this. I'm not sure how good they are, but I just want people to be aware of it. I mean, I did think this one down here is interesting, where apparently if you get it, it'll help you prepare for the Security Plus. So, Cloud Security Alliance, they do not have certification. They have certificates, but they're very good. A lot of people will get the Cloud Security Knowledge Certificate. The auditing one, they work with ISACA, so you get that from ISACA, but I think that's a good idea. Then this next, the one on the bottom is the most recent, which is Trusted AI Safety Expert. That one they developed with Northeastern University, and what's interesting is kind of a package deal. When you get it, you basically have to take their training, and once you take the training, then you take the test, and you're then got the certification. No, sorry, certificate. So, cloud, realize that every cloud group has their own certificates and certifications and so forth. So, depending on what you want to focus on, take a look at it. I was looking at a lot of these at one point, so we'll see. Healthcare. In the healthcare space, we worry about the HIPAA regulation and so forth. The HHS, Health and Human Services, has not mandated any testing or certification for people or organizations, but there are some out there. And unfortunately, ISC2 dropped theirs, which I had. Now, if you're in the healthcare space, hopefully you're aware of those two organizations at the top. As I understand it, and hopefully I'm not making a mistake, HIMSS is more healthcare IT people, and AHIMA is more healthcare billing and coding people. And they have their own certs. Every so often I've taken a look at it and go like, is this worth it getting for me? I don't think so. So anyway, but I want people to be aware of it. Frameworks. There's various frameworks out there, ITIL, COBIT, 27001, Cybersecurity Framework, and all those. There are various either certificates or certifications for them. What I tell people is if you're trying to show that yes, you know this stuff, okay, go get one. But I just say, hey, get just at least the foundational one, because usually those are pretty inexpensive. And if you want to go further, try to get your company to pay for it. Because then it starts getting more expensive. So AI. So AI and AI-related certs it's been kind of crazy. So I found these two groups, unfortunately, none of them have anything that are security related, but it's more of, hey, just so you're aware of these two at least. The next group you probably want to be more looking at is, they're called AI certs. That's the name of the group. And they have a lot of certifications. Almost too many in my opinion, but anyway. And these are their security certs. They obviously have 3 different levels, and I'm not kidding, that's the terms they said. They said level 1 is equivalent to Security Plus, and level 3 is equivalent to CISSP. So, this is a group you might want to take a look at if you are interested in AI certs beyond the ones I've already talked about. And then this past month, I found this group, which I'm a little bit, I'm a little bit bothered by, because I don't know who the heck they are. Literally, I went to the website and there's like very little information about who is behind this. So, All their booklets to prepare are actually on Amazon, but this is more of like FYI. So, okay, so we're getting toward the end. So I deal with a lot of students coming into the field and whatnot, and they're like, oh, I want to get into cybersecurity. I'm like, okay, cool, doing what? And they're like, oh, I just want to get into cybersecurity. And like, doing what? So it's like, oh, I want to be a red teamer, I want to be a pen tester, or be a SOC analyst. Like, okay, that's cool, but you do know there's other jobs than that. So this is a really good article. He talks about the different teams. You know, for myself, I'd be white team. I probably came more from, yellow team and into white team. But there's more than just red team and blue team. So, and there's different skill sets and whatnot. So this is a really good article. I really wish more people were aware of it. So I think it's really important. So what is my advice? One is I kind of tell people, hey, get a generalist certification, Security Plus, CISSP as the case may be, and then get things tied to your specialty, whatever you are focused on or what you want to be focused on. If you're coming to me as a pen tester and you don't have any pen tester or something, like kind of be like, okay, I don't know. So be that. Also keep in mind that certs can be at beginner level, intermediate, and expert. If you come to me as a newbie, I'm going to expect you to have like a Security Plus. But if you come to me and you're like 10, 15 years in the field and all you got is Security Plus, then I'm like, well, why haven't you taken that further? So just be aware about that. There are various career paths. It says that EC Council has stuff on their website. SANS has their chart I talked about. CompTIA had a chart. I can't find it on their website anymore, and this is it. So I liked it because it shows the different levels and different specialties, and it's not just their certs but other certs, which is why I like this chart, which is probably why they don't have it on the website anymore. So, so it's a pretty good one. Now in the DoD space, or Department of War, I guess, they have this directive, which is like if you're going to be working in what they call information assurance, you are actually required to have certifications. And they've laid them out in terms of like different levels and different specialties and so forth. They revamped it a few years ago, and it's a little bit different. But because the DoD mandates these certifications, that kind of rolls down. That means that other federal agencies are likely to mandate those same certs, and state and local governments will do the same, in various companies. So if the cert you're interested in is on that list, then it's more likely that people will respect it and maybe even ask for it. Now this is an older listing of what they used to have. The new one is now a long database that I really couldn't include. And this is an old chart. They don't have this with the new version, but you can see there's different levels. So like if you're, they see they have like Security Plus at like level 1, but if you're level 3, they're wanting the CISSP. So there's things like that. So again, these are my recommendations. Again, these are what I say is foundational, auditing, forensics, and so forth. Disaster recovery, software management, pen testing, and so forth. Okay, this is a really interesting roadmap. Unfortunately, he hasn't updated it in a few years. I went and checked this last month to see if he had, which I really wish he would, because he needs to add like all the AI stuff and add the new stuff and drop the stuff that's dropped out. Now this is a very comprehensive list, so he puts like every possible cert out there. And I have to be honest, there's a lot of certs out there from a lot of organizations where if you take a look at them, you're like, I think that's a little skeevy. Some of these groups I don't really trust. So you have to be mindful about some of these groups out there. I'm kind of bothered by, just to give you an example, okay, so EC Council, they like to put their like vertical bar in the name of their certs. And there's this one group that does something similar, but they do like a parentheses rather than a bar. And it's like, are you trying to like trick people or something? Or they'll pick names that are very, very close to names of other certs, and I'm like, what are you trying to do? So anyway, so this is it. So he has it laid out for as beginner at the lower, intermediate, expert, and then different types. So you've got like you have IAM, you got GRC, you've got testing, security operations. So these all kind of categorized. So it's really, really comprehensive. If you go in there and you click on one of the buttons, it'll give you information on the cert. So really, really good slide. So wrapping up, there's my Twitter handle, there's my LinkedIn. If you want to connect to me on LinkedIn, I'll be honest, if you're outside of my local area, I typically ignore you. So if you're like, oh, you want to connect to me, tell me, hey, I met you at BSides Las Vegas and I want to connect. I'm less likely to ignore you. So not to be a jerk about it. So we do have a few minutes till the next guy kicks me out. So are there any questions that I didn't answer somehow in my presentation? Yes?
So for some of the websites like Hackable, for example, I noticed that a lot of their certifications aren't necessarily put on a lot of job postings, but I know that they give you a lot of like hands-on experience with the tools. So I'm kind of just wondering like what the place of these are. Do you put them on your resume, or should your resume just kind of stick to the main certification bodies? Like for example, if I'm trying to be a SOC analyst, like is it worth it at all?
Yeah, I think it would be for the better ones. I certainly Hack the Box and these sort of stuff, because one, you're going through different people. So the HR people are probably going to ignore the oddball ones, and hopefully you'll get into the hiring manager, who hopefully is one of us versus someone who doesn't understand these things. Because if it came to someone like me, where like I know who Hack the Box is and this sort of stuff, and like, oh, he's got that. Okay, that's pretty good, versus the person's going to ignore them because they don't know anything about it. So. Yeah, for like like some I wouldn't waste. Like I said, like the certificates, a lot of those are like don't waste the space on your resume. But certainly like the better certification, even that's like the oddball ones, I would do that, because hopefully it'll be seen by an expert. Also on your LinkedIn profile, make sure you add those things on there, because people are doing searching and this sort of stuff, and they'll see that and like, oh, you're trying to get into pen testing and you've got Hack the Box and all these sort of, let's talk, you want that. So, yeah,
Hey everyone, for questions, let's use the mic. I can bring it over. How you doing? We had a question in the back, and then I'll bring it to you. Would that work? Oh yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. If we want to bounce off of that, absolutely. Yeah. Just so everybody can hear you.
Yeah, so my name is Jason Eck. I run a penetration test team, and I also have almost all of the Hack the Box certs. I do a lot of hiring for penetration testing. I will advocate that Hack the Box is probably one of the best certification platforms out there to get there. It's very low cost. The training is phenomenal. Now, with your question with HR, one of the problems is those certs aren't publicly known. So what I tell a lot of people that I'm mentoring, I'm bringing up, is that if they're looking for OSCP, OSEP, put it as an equivalency search. So when it flags through their AI portals where they're scanning everything, it flags that word. Also, document all your training within blogs, broadcast it on LinkedIn. So as you're completing the modules, as you're completing the certifications, write your blogs. If you identify, if you're generating payloads or any kind of auto exploits associated with it, not with exam because that's all proprietary to it, but with the course, blog it, document it, can contribute to the community, and that's what's going to help you get that first job. It's going to allow them to say, okay, this person isn't just taking a cert, but they're also contributing to the community, and they're feeding back to the good of cybersecurity. And so they may not know about CPTS, but they can say, okay, he built all these tools associated with this, and now I see that's equivalency to OSCP, so this might be a better candidate that I may look for over someone just with an OSCP certification, because now you don't only have the certification, but you're also contributing to the community, and they can look at your skills to actually develop and increase what they have.
Yeah, one thing you have to be careful of is, like, I've seen a lot of job postings where they say like, "Ooh, we would prefer you to have this or that certification," and then I find out that, oh, it's not a preference, it's a requirement. So you need to be very, very careful with a lot of these companies. So.
We have a question.
Hey, one question. I think we heard about AI like every other second yesterday and today, and you mentioned it as well. I passed CISM on Thursday, and I'm debating now if I should go for AAISM. So I wanted to know from you, what do you think about the AI certs, and which one are you going for?
Okay, I'll be honest, I am actually going after, I was going to be focusing more on the privacy search, but now I'm focused on the AI search. So my first one I want to get is the AI governance cert, because that's a focus of where I'm at work. And then I'm going to follow that with getting the 3 ISACA certs. Beyond that, I don't know. Like, I'm like, do I really want to bother with like the Security AI Plus or not? You know, because I'm not really a techie person. And I'm kind of curious about what's going to happen with this ISC2 certification. Because, I mean, it's sort of like, that was one thing I was saying, like, you know, you got CompTIA doing their AI, you know, the SEC AI, and it's like, it would be neat if someone who, you know, if ISC2 did a CISSP AI cert, but I don't know what they're doing or how that'll you know, shake out, so.
Hey, thanks again for the presentation. I was curious, if you can narrow it down to 3 certifications for someone's career, what would you say would be most impactful just as cybersecurity as a whole? And then between the CISSP and the CISM, which one do you think is more impactful for a pivot into management?
On the first one, you mean more like someone coming into the field? Yeah, I would really tell people Security Plus and Network Plus from the get-go. And beyond that, I'm not sure. I'd be probably say like, oh, well, you know, what focus do you want? And let's, you know, try to get something to kind of add to that, because I'm not sure what I would say that. Having both the CISSP, the CISP and the CISM, it's good to have both. You know, CISM is more management. So what someone else would always say was that the CISSP is more for your knowledge of security, where the CISM is about your wisdom on security. So, but honestly, if someone has a CISM, I kind of feel they should have a CISSP as well. I'm kind of bothered when I see people who have come into security management from some other area and they don't have that techie knowledge, and I'm kind of a little bit suspicious, because I came from the techie side. Yeah. I was on the techie track at this company called Motorola. I was not on the management track, and I had to kind of pivot over into management. So.
I have a free voucher for CISM, that's why I asked.
Yeah. Anything else? Got that, and then
Start here, and we'll go over here.
Hi. So I was wondering, with the AI certifications, do they focus mainly on LLMs, or do they actually go into like ML models?
It actually depends on the certification.
Okay.
If you look at like the SANS AI certs, there are some that are focused on the defense side, some on the attack side, or some on the development side. So there are some that seem to be like kind of focused in different areas of AI. But honestly, I haven't really looked into those more in depth, but they are quite different, at least with the ones from SANS.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your time walking through this. I know it's a lot of effort to come up with the slides. Thank you so much. I want to ask a question. As a security engineer who is on the techie side, a lot of hands-on experience, going into the weeds and doing a lot of stuff, and you want to scale up to being a manager, you know, let's say in a couple of, let's say, 4 years, right? You want to be a manager. What are the core certifications you would tell me right now that I have to start working on, knowing for someone who's technical, right, and wants to scale up to management? But like 2 or 3 certifications that I need to focus on that will get me to that point. Thank you.
Yeah, at least for me. I mean, like I said, I was more technical. If you came to me 10 years ago and say, hey, you're going to be a CISO, and I'd be like, yeah, you're crazy. One is get experience as being a leader of some sort. Yeah, get involved with organizations where you can get some leadership development training, that you can be like a volunteer or elected leader and this sort of stuff to kind of show yourself. On the certification side, the CISM is really good, you know, to kind of show that, hey, you got kind of like the knowledge and this sort of stuff, because there's more to, you know, being a manager than just the technical stuff and so forth. I mean, there's aspects of management where I suck at. Like, I can't do budgeting, and no one has ever let me do budgeting, so I'm horrible. I mean, that's just an aspect that I don't do. Weirdly, where I'm at is I'm a director and all the yada yada, and I'm really by myself. I don't have a team and this sort of stuff. So, you know, there is that aspect. But you want to be able to show that, hey, you can, you know, you get experience leading teams and projects and whatnot to show your snuff. because you don't have to be a former project manager to lead an effort to get things done. You can have people that might be, working on you aren't your, we call them a direct report versus a dotted line report. So you can be leading a group of people at work without being a manager and without being their boss. So that's the way to get that experience. How are we doing on time?
We have about 2 more minutes, maybe.
Oh, I'm getting a
Another
stop.
question?
So,
We're at stop. Never mind.
like
We're
I said,
stopped.
if you run into me afterwards and want to have questions, feel free. I'm open to that. So thank you very much.
Thanks for letting me know that. Yeah, I didn't know the gap between. That makes sense.
Done anything like that with Ashby, but filtering just with my actual eyes is easy enough. So. Yeah. Yeah, start now. Yeah, that's all good.
Hey guys. I can say good afternoon. My name is Jesse Metters from Code Red Partners, just kind of helping facilitate today. Welcome to Higher Ground Talk. Just a couple of ground rules as you're here. If you're in the room, you need to be seated, okay, because fire marshal rules. So we might have some stuff going on in the back as far as resume reviews, but other than that, if you're here for the talk, please grab a seat. We should have enough. If, and I'll let people know as they come in, if we have no room left, they might have to exit out. Make sure that you silence your cell phones, so we don't have any cell phones going off. For pictures, if you want to take a picture of the slides, that's fine. But rules here is we cannot take pictures of any back of heads or people or any of that. That's against policy, okay? But feel free if you want to take pictures of the slides, just the actual slide by themselves, that's fine, all right? All right, well, we've got a talk here from Carter Miller from Sybil, which is an exciting AI startup. Carter has spent 10 years advising and guiding talent people through their career changes. I actually used to work with Sybil a little early stage. We were doing some of the recruiting, and He's got a hard job. I'll tell you what, their bar is high. And so for them to be able to hire him and bring him on to help their talent grow, I know this guy's awesome. So he's going to be talking to you today, just kind of some of his experience, tricks and trade of the trade. And so I'll let him get started. Welcome, Carter.
Awesome. Thank you, Jesse. Appreciate it. Hey, everyone. I'm Carter Miller. I lead talent acquisition for Run Sybil. And my title of my talk today is called Sybil Resistant Hiring. It's verifying real signal in cyber interviews. So for over the past decade, I've had one job. It's to figure out if this person is actually who the resume says they are. I didn't realize it at the time, but I've been fighting Sybil attacks my entire career. Quick disclosure up front, I'm almost certainly the least technical person presenting on this stage all week. I've never popped a shell before in my life. I've never wrote a work and exploit. But what I do is verify the people who say they can. So let's get into it. So I studied sociology at UMass Amherst with no real plan for what came next. A family friend told me I would be a good recruiter, and that was basically my entire career strategy. I chased a girlfriend, now my wife, out to DC. That's where I landed in cybersecurity staffing, working for third-party assessment organizations like Coalfire, Creative Secure Info, find security assessors that were familiar with the NIST controls and FedRAMP requirements. From there, I went to Capital One, and I did recruiting for their security operations and threat intel division. So their red team, insider threat, SOC. And then they got hacked by Paige Thompson, so that was essentially it for me as the recruiter. Which led me to Research Innovations. It's a government contractor based in Melbourne, Florida. I did a lot of their vulnerability research and cyber network operations recruiting. And then I got an opportunity to join Trail of Bits, a very well-known software security research and consulting firm. I feel like most people are familiar with that organization here, where I helped scale the team from about 70 people to 140. And now I'm here at Run Sybil. I'll explain more about what we do in a bit. But the thing I've noticed over the years and at every single stop, the candidates have gotten harder to verify. Meanwhile, outside of all of that, I'm a husband to an amazing wife, a dad of 3. My middle child and I collect football cards these days. I'm a huge Pats fan, so we pulled a signed rookie Christian Gonzalez card. So I was super stoked about that, and so was he. My favorite band is the Counting Crows, and August and Everything After is probably one of my favorite albums of all time. I can sing every word to Mr. Jones. But the company I work for is Run Sybil. Sybil is a system of agents rethinking application security. I would say it's less like a vendor and more like a missing member of your security team. It runs continuous black box and white box testing against live applications. So it's finding the forgotten endpoints, the broken off boundaries, the vulnerabilities that essentially only show up when you chain like 3 small issues together. Here's the important part. It doesn't trust what a system claims about itself. It verifies. Hold on to that word verifies, because that's what this entire talk is actually about. So why the name Sybil? In 1973, there was a book called Sybil about one person who presented as 16 different identities. It's also a famous movie with Sally Fields that came out 3 years later. Definitely recommend reading the book or watching the movie. They're fantastic. And also a Sybil attack was discovered by Brian Zill at Microsoft Research. And what a Sybil attack is, it's where one adversary floods a system with fake identities. And if the trust system can't tell the fakes from the real thing, one attacker gets the influence of many. So that's like essentially the attack in the abstract. Now watch it happen somewhere you never expect, the hiring pipeline. So here's my thesis, and I'm going to say it plainly because I really want this to stick. Hiring is a reputation system. Resumes, certs, endorsements, all of that is a claimed identity. The system hands out real influence based on those claims. So you get interviews, you get offers, right? But now that reputation system is under a Sybil attack from both directions. So candidates flood it with inflated identities, managers respond with more filters. The filters actually end up punishing the honest people and training everyone to essentially fake harder. So for the next 20 minutes, I want to show you how both sides can essentially fix this. Let's start with the candidate side. I'm going to walk you through 3 tiers here, all pulled from my own career. Tier 1 is the inflated identity. I've interviewed application security folks from competitors with a completely real resume, but essentially the depth was inflated. Vocabulary was great. The moment you push past vocabulary into the actual assessment, it collapsed. The resume said performed, but the truth was actually assisted. I'm seeing 2 new flavors of this lately. Candidates who read their resume back to me line by line like they're seeing it for the first time. And candidates on phone screens where I'd bet money that they're getting real-time help from an AI tool, right? So the answer lands a half beat too polished and a half beat too late. Their eyes are going from one monitor to the next monitor. And here's the thing about phone screens, right? They mostly test vocabulary, and vocabulary is now the cheapest thing in the world to fake live. This is the one your technical interview should kill if you're actually testing mechanism instead of vocabulary. So I have a quick story here. I had a candidate from another AI security firm applied to one of our jobs that I worked at for a company a couple years ago. They made it all the way to the final stage, did well in the hiring manager interview, the technical interview. They passed the technical take-home, and then they did the final 2-hour panel interview. And the whole thing collapsed within 45 minutes. It was incredibly shocking. The moment we asked them to go deep, there was essentially nothing there. My interview team and I were just completely shocked. It wasn't a rusty phone screen answer. This was someone who cleared the take-home assessment and hiring manager screen before the cracks actually showed. Tier 2 is the proxy identity. Essentially, we hired a person and then actual work was done by someone else entirely. We essentially authenticated the face, but never the operator. This is the one your hiring manager screen has to catch before moving to the panel or final panel interview by cross-checking what they claim against something public and signed. In practice, it doesn't always work. I've actually witnessed this at one of my previous companies. We had a security professional bring in an outside individual to actually do their security work for them. We caught it because we noticed the other person's name was on a specific file and a repo. It was absolutely wild, but I asked myself, why would someone do this, right? My guess is they landed a salary they didn't think was possible for themselves. And once they had it, they essentially couldn't afford to lose it. They faked their way through the interview process, and now they're stuck. They actually can't do the work. In this case, when they were sharing the docs and the screens with the outside party, and when we confronted them about it, they called it training or mentoring that specific individual. This one should also die at the hiring manager or technical screen if you cross-check it against something public and signed. Tier 3 gets rid of the single operator entirely. It's the multiplexed identity. This is the DPRK stuff we're all experiencing. It's a serious threat to organizations right now. Your first stage should honestly catch this. So hiring managers and recruiters should start to know what to look for based on resume submittals, video settings of the call. They should not make it past the first stage. But it's getting very good with deepfakes, I would say. I even tried building a tool for this, but that's a story for a different day. And so why is this getting worse? Because the cost of faking is collapsing on every single front. AI is a big part of that. What used to take real effort, one honest, tailored application now generates 500 in a single day. And they're becoming indistinguishable from each other. Cert mills, we used to require competence, now only requires a credit card, a credential with nothing behind it. I listened to our first talk today with Michael Brown, and I do agree that some certs, mostly on the OffSec side, are worth pursuing. But a lot of the resumes I'm seeing are cert stuffing, and that's not the best way to go about standing out in the application process. Engagement farm LinkedIn. I have a lot of issues with LinkedIn, and I will talk about that in a few slides, but essentially the platform lacks verification. People can claim they worked for reputable organizations for X amount of years, and no one checks them on it. So they will post and make connections to get credibility, but engagement isn't verification. It's social proof from people who've actually never worked with them. To give you an example of this, at Run Sybil, we actually have a person that lives in Estonia that says they're a janitor here. We can't get rid of them, but we reported them probably 5 or 6 times. So we just posted a software engineer 1 position about a week ago. We got 1,800 applicants in the first 24 hours. It was pretty crazy. So here's a sample of the answers that we got to a lot of our application questions. I would say a strong portion of these, as you can tell, are just AI generated. So they're copy and pasting essentially. And then one says in the right-hand corner there, it essentially says, give a brief answer. So I thought that was absolutely hilarious. But we're seeing this on every application now. And out of those 1,800 applicants, we've only moved forward with 10 so far. So it's really kind of unfortunate. And actually, one of our engineers went digging into an older role that we recently closed, and there were 3 candidates, and their applications were effectively the same. Same resumes, all the answers to each of our questions were exactly the same. So I've gotten caught on a couple fake candidate calls. So 2 calls this year where the resume was strong, reputable companies, and the LinkedIn matched it. Right out of the gate, getting on the call, I knew they were in a call center. The background, the position of the camera, all the noise gave it away as well. But I did ask the first candidate a single question. I asked what the weather was like in San Francisco, where he said where essentially he said he was. They said it was extremely hot that morning. I was actually in SF that morning, and it was incredibly cold. I think most people know what SF summers are like. It's actually really beautiful weather. But that used to happen to me about once a year, and I got caught twice in a week. And that's actually very frustrating for me. But to kind of give you a quick overview, what do you guys think is going on here with these two? One's a resume example, the other one's projects of a different resume. What are you guys seeing here? It might be too hard to view. Kiwi, do you want to go? Yep. First one is AI generated. So we have a senior AE position open here at Run Sybil, right? So the companies that this person, Danielle, lists is Cobalt, Sneak, Bugcrowd. Very reputable companies. The sales experience is phenomenal. If you look at the very top, you see the address, phone number, and the email is like a work email. But that address is a random building in SF. That's a 555 number. And then when I went to go like reference their LinkedIn and stuff like that, this person doesn't exist. Casey Ellis, I'm good friends with that Bugcrowd, verified this person doesn't exist. They're just trying to get their application into our system to potentially get hired. Now for this one on the right here, you see Run Sybil style. So this is a project that someone listed that they built a Run Sybil-like tool for customers to use against pen testing. That person works at Apple. I don't know why they would be building a tool like that, but this was also a very fake resume. And I want to stop here and say something very clearly. It's not the candidate's fault whatsoever. I'm sure half of you in this room are candidates, and I'm not here to dunk on job seekers. That would not be smart of me as a recruiter, but I want to look at it from their side. In ATS filters on keywords, so you stuff keywords, you're seeing 600 applicants applying to a role on LinkedIn, so you automate your applications. So the system taught candidates to run Sybil attacks. And managers answered with more filters, and now some of those filters don't even have a human behind them. ATS platforms like Workable will essentially give you an AI match score for every applicant. And I've watched hiring managers only open the resumes that have a perfect score, like 100, and never even look at the candidates below that, so a 75, for example. And here's the part that should actually bother you. Sometimes the 75 candidate is actually better than the other candidates that scored 100. So those scores measure like keyword overlap, not judgment. So both sides are stuck in the same loop. So the real question is, what does the real signal actually look like? So thousands of candidates, and the real ones give off the same signals, I would say, over and over again. Here's an example. The rehearsed answer to a technical question is Irene Burp found an injection, wrote it up. That's fine. Now watch what happens at a real interview pace when I push one layer further. Why did that input reach the sink in the first place? The payload gets filtered, now what? How does the entire bug class actually die structurally? The tool user goes quiet because the tool did the thinking for them. The problem solver lights up because they want to talk about it. They want to share their thought process and what worked and what didn't. So real experience has friction. It has dead ends, it has failed attempts, things that didn't work the first time. If someone's story is clean, uninterrupted victory from start to finish, that's the highlight reel of someone else's work. So depth beats breadth. Here's a question I ask constantly. How do you stay current in cybersecurity? It's a pretty simple question. If the answer is LinkedIn, that's not a real answer. Here's what a real answer should sound like. They're reading Hacker News every morning when they wake up. They listen to Risky Biz with Patrick Gray, or there's a new phenomenal podcast with Low Level and Matt Johansson that I definitely recommend subscribing to. They subscribe to TLDRSec. It's a great newsletter. They read Krebs on security. They're doing CTFs on a weekend. They're showing up to BSides Las Vegas. They're going to SummerCon up in Brooklyn, Brooklyn and New York City. Unprompted, offensive AI con. We are all busy. That is not an excuse to stop sharpening your skills. Now let me walk you through another hypothetical real quick. This isn't a real candidate. I'm essentially going to illustrate a technique here. Say someone tells me I'm an expert at Python. That's great. That claim is free. Everyone's resume has words like that on it. Here's how I actually test it. I start concrete, describe the last thing you built in Python. Don't tell me what it does. Tell me what broke when you built it. And then I go to where the vocabulary essentially runs out, right? So where does the GIL actually bite you in that code base? And if it doesn't, why not? Walk me through what happens the moment that object goes out of scope. Is it reference counting, or is the cycle collector doing the work for you? If I ask you to make this 10 times faster? Is the bottleneck CPU bound? And how would you find out before touching a single line of code? What did you get wrong building this, and what told you it was wrong? So essentially, a real answer picks something specific under the hood and stays inside it. A rehearsed answer talks about Python in general, clean code, readability, batteries included, because that's the only layer that doesn't require having to actually hit the wall. That's the test. So essentially, could this answer only be given about Python, or would it work as if for any other language on the resume? And I would say senior is the reach of your judgment. It almost has nothing to do with years of experience. It's about scope. So deciding what's actually worth chasing. Knowing when to stop, being able to deliver bad news. It's what happens when your first 3 approaches fail. Do you find a fourth, or do you know when to escalate that? A junior person, I would say, executes the plan. A senior person notices when the plan itself is wrong. So 6 years of real judgment, I would say, beats 12 years of task stories every single time. Verifiable beats impressive. I'm skilled at exploit dev. I think that's pretty impressive. A CVE, a write-up, a talk, a repo with real commit history, a CTF team, that's verifiable. Public work is signed work. It's an identity a third party can actually authenticate. It doesn't have to be elite. Essentially, a blog post about a bug you generally struggle with beats a vague claim of mastery every single time. 1 second. So here's another version of this test I use constantly. How are you using AI? If the answer is something like I made a workout plan the other day, that's also not what I'm looking for. I want to hear that you're using it to find bugs or to build something real. I hold myself to the same bar. I've been building Tunnel for about a year now, and I'm still learning new things about infrastructure and code every single week. So when I mentioned LinkedIn previously, I'm trying to build a competitor to LinkedIn. Tunnel is that platform. So Tunnel is a career platform, I would say, where cybersecurity professionals can showcase their careers, their CTFs, their GitHubs, and it's customizable to the actual user. LinkedIn has generated AI slop, and it's really hard to be able to look through your entire feed to see what's actually happening. And Tunnel is going to be a platform where security professionals can link their websites, all their write-ups, and something that the security community can actually gel and have serious conversations about what's happening in AI, blockchain, cryptography. Don't sign up yet. It's still a work in progress, but it's tunnel.io is the website. So here's a way to think about the whole interview process as essentially a protocol, right? So it's 2 lanes, candidate in the company, and a handshake happening in each stage. So the resume review is your sin. Its only job is to be well-formed enough to get a response. The recruiter screen, in my case, is a challenge response. I'm testing consistency plus 1 layer of depth. Enough to know there's a real operator behind the resume before it costs an engineer an hour of their time. The hiring manager is a key exchange, essentially. So both sides reveal real material, technical proof of work. This is where tier 1 civils die, as I've mentioned previously. In the final panel is certificate signing. The team is staking its own reputation on yours. So here's the full protocol laid out, essentially end to end. Every single stage exists to verify something specific. If you're a candidate, now you know what each stage is actually testing, so stop optimizing for the wrong layer. If you're a hiring manager, can you say in 1 sentence what each of your stages actually verifies? If you can't, I would say you don't have a protocol. You actually have vibes with a lot of extra steps. Any stage that verifies nothing is essentially noise in your hiring pipeline. So what do you actually do with all of this starting this week? And I'll talk about candidates first. So 3 things. You want to sign your work, something public with your name on it. A write-up, a CTF walkthrough, a small tool, even a 5-minute lightning talk. It doesn't need to be elite. It needs to be checkable. Also referrals. They're a huge factor in the hiring process now. Great people know other great people, so make those connections here at BSides Las Vegas and have peers promote your abilities. Show your friction. Include the dead ends in the failures. Be proud of where you messed up. It shows you didn't give up. Friction is the hardest signal in the world to fake. And I would also say shrink your claims. For every claim on your resume, run the follow-up ladder on yourself before I do. Could you go 3 questions deep into how it actually works? Not the vocabulary. If not, cut the claim or just go learn it. That's the same test I'm running on you in the room, so I would recommend running on yourself first. Hiring managers, here's your homework. Know what every stage in your process verifies. Write 1 sentence per stage. This stage verifies X. If you can't write that sentence, cut the stage or just fix it. Test for the problem, never the tool. If your technical interview can be passed by memorizing tool output, you built a filter that selects for rehearsal, and I would say that's not skill. Reason through a real problem your team has actually faced. Follow all the way up to the edge of what they know and watch the wall. The wall is essentially the job. And before you write another requirement, ask yourself, could this line only describe this role, or does it copy paste into 5 other postings? If it's generic enough to reuse, it's not testing for anything. It's just noise you're asking candidates to essentially game. So again, hiring is a reputation system. Reputation systems only survive if they can verify. Every reputation system in history that couldn't verify eventually got sybiled. Ours is no different. Candidates build an identity that can actually be authenticated. Managers design stages that actually verify something. I've been recruiting in this industry for over a decade, and I still think it's the best industry in the world to hire for because the real ones are incredibly real once you know what to look for. So let's build a system that finds them. Before I officially wrap up, one more thing. If anything in this talk resonated and you're looking for a new role, we're hiring across the board. Security software engineers, machine learning engineers, security analysts, product software engineers, SREs, AEs, sales development. We're doing it all. So every role is open. You can use the QR code there. If you want to see a demo of what Run Sybil actually is, definitely take a picture of that QR code. I'll keep these QR codes for the next slide as well. And that's the talk. I've got some resources on the screen. Come find me after if you want to chat about all things recruiting. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the conversation.
All right, for questions, I have a mic here just so everybody can hear you better. So you want to, we'll start with ladies. Here we go.
I was going to say, so I teach entry-level IT and cybersecurity.
Yep.
And a lot of times I always ask people, whether it's your company or other ones, especially since you've been around hiring for so long, how many internships or other things like that do you see actually happening in the current ecosystem that we have, where people are willing to bring on juniors to actually let them gain the skills, other than me just going, please do home labs because AI is taking your entry-level job?
We're going to be at a place very soon where we're going to open up our internships. I think we'll do fall and winter. We haven't been able to do it yet, but it's incredibly important to have actually real-world experience by doing internships, especially at a firm like Run Sybil's. I do see it a lot of, from my experience at my previous organizations, we've done a great job hiring interns over the course of the year. I wish more companies would do it. I know we weren't quite ready to have that type of mentorship just yet, but right now we are. So we have some projects that we're going to kind of scope out and have, various college students or, folks that are just looking to make a career transition into cybersecurity work on 6 or 7 projects this winter. So, yeah.
Great talk, first of all. So thank you.
Thanks. Yeah.
What are some of maybe the automated or trick techniques that you could include in a job description or the application process that can help you weed out some of these automation or AI-based inputs earlier in the process?
Yeah, great question, Keith. So one of my previous companies, we did a little prompt injection into some of the screening questions. So when candidates were blasting their resumes, they would essentially push out a response in those application questions with a certain phrase or a word. We got a lot of people on that, and that's something I do recommend doing if you want to filter out. What's really unfortunate right now is, I think for me, especially with going through the hiring pipelines in Ashby, is I can probably tell within 5 to 10 seconds if it's a fake candidate. And I know you want to give candidates a fair shake to be able to review their resumes and all that, but the answers, the reason why we have application questions is we want to see if you're going to spend 5 to 10 minutes writing your actual experience to answer those questions. There's questions where people just respond, yes, 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 non-applicable, non-applicable, all this different stuff, and that's an easy no for us. If you're not going to spend 5 to 10 minutes actually tailoring your responses to how your abilities could be best suited for a company like Run Sybil, it's not worth our time to go through the process. So the AI-generated resumes, if you're using Claude or anything like that to build your resume for you, it's fine, but you should work in your prompt to make sure it doesn't spit out the same generic one that it keeps doing. So Claude has this unique font that if you say, hey, build me this resume, this is my experience, the headers and all that stuff come back as the same color. And then the layout's the same as well. So it's easy for me and my colleague Dozy to see oh, they just threw that in Claude and then they used their objective to do it. It's not a bad thing, but like I've talked about earlier in this talk, is like a tailored application and a resume to a company like ours will get you a phone screen. We've had candidates for the software engineer role reach out to me on DM, and instead of listing credentials and certs and all that stuff, one of the software engineers ones was like, hey, I've been following Run Sybil, and like I looked at what Ari was doing, and I'm like, I'm really doing this really cool LLM project for agentic workflows and stuff like that. And I was like, cool, let's talk, man. And like that will make you stand out. And yeah, hopefully that answers your question too, Keith. But yeah. Oh,
All right,
stop.
I think we are at time.
I'll be out over here if anyone wants to talk.
Yeah,
to
so if you guys want to meet with Carter, if you have additional questions, you're going to be where, Carter?
Yeah, I'll be out in the lobby right near the registration. So
Okay.
I'll just be out there in the front. So if anyone wants to chat about the hiring market, helping getting past that first stage of the application review, I'll tell you what I know. Awesome. So cool. Thanks, Jesse.
Great job.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Appreciate
Give him a round of applause for Carter. His first talk, too.
Yes.
Great
I'll
work.
have to do more.
Yeah. That time where we're all getting a little sleepy after lunch, right? So hopefully we're going to get you excited today from these talks. Couple things. My name is Jesse Metters, helping out with Higher Ground from Code Red Partners. We're helping to host some of this and just keep things organized with the talks, the resume reviews. So welcome everyone. For anyone that's going to be coming in, make sure you guys take a seat. Couple ground rules as we go through this talk. You are able to take pictures of the slides, but please no pictures of anyone here in the room. That's against policy, okay? Second, make sure you silence your cell phones, just like a movie, so that we don't have anything going off in the middle of the talk that disrupts the speaker. And then we'll probably leave about 5 to 10 minutes or so, hopefully, for questions at the end. During questions, I'll make sure we have a mic to bring to each of you who have a question. All right. So introduction, we have G-Mark and Michael. G-Mark has been running a successful podcast for many years, is also an operator, CISO, for a couple different companies right now. And then Michael has actually started and had successful businesses in the cybersecurity space, currently runs one now, also came from like mobile security background, fintech. So they both are very well qualified to talk today and kind of leveling up on the tech side, hands-on skills, and kind of what that looks like today with AI. So without further ado, I'll let you guys get started.
Thank you very much. Seats up front. It's like church. Nobody wants to sit in the front row, but it's okay. I'm not going to call on you. Well, welcome and thank you for coming here on the Higher Ground. And we want to talk about Dr. Strange Prompt, or how I learned to stop coding and love my AI. Now, actually, I kind of came up with that title before we came up with the content. And it's like, I need somebody really smart to help me with this. And that's why I brought in Michael. So we're both operators. We both deal with this in the real world. And go ahead and tell the world about yourself.
Yep. Hello, everybody.
That's enough about you. So anyway.
Well, thanks for coming. I am the CISO of a software company in San Diego, California. Been in and out of cyber all my life. Used to run a BBS in the 90s, if anybody knows what that is. Phone lines. I had 16 super modems in my apartment back then. But now I mainly use a keyboard. We're a fintech kind of software company. Been around for 35 years, I think. I should point out anything I say and do today are my own opinions and not those of the company. But yeah, excited to be here. I love B-Sides, one of my favorite things.
Seats up front, come on down. Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about what we want to cover today. Come on, you got the clicker over there. I don't know. He wants presentation mode. I never use presentation mode because like it doesn't work. Make it work. It's just scrolling in the comments. Screw this stuff. Talk to me, Goose. All right, there we go. Now you got to do this build slide because you've broken everything. I need reality check. So first of all, it's right after lunch, right? So if you wouldn't mind, please stand. Seriously, if you're able, please stand up. Because this is just a little participatory, but I think you're going to learn something from this, okay? So if you then remain standing, if you believe this to be true, AI will fundamentally change cybersecurity. If you think that's false, grab a seat. All right. You believe that AI will eliminate some cybersecurity jobs, stay standing. You have downloaded and implemented OpenClaw. It's okay. It was designed to kind of, okay.
Or Hermes.
And one more, for you folks who are still standing. You have uploaded into GitHub an AI-enabled repo. Okay, now look around. This is why we're here, right? This is why we're here, because for the four of you, you are doing something that, three of you, attrition, four, okay, you can grab a seat, relax. But what you're starting to see is what? That we all know about the future. We know that AI will fundamentally change cybersecurity and it will eliminate some jobs. But are we doing the right things to prepare ourselves for it, or are we going to go ahead and be some roadkill on the AI information superhighway? Okay, so that's why we're here. So what are some of the lies that we've been told over the years? Technical mastery will compound. The more you learn about things, the better your job will be. You'll get bigger raises. You're going to get more responsibility. How's that working? Well, it works so far. And also, if you get really good expertise, you become the gray beards, because some of us have the gray beards. I do, but I shaved it off. You get more peer respect because, wow, this person really knows things. There are more certs, and if you get more certs, that's better. I taught for SANS for a decade. Anybody have a SANS cert? Why? Well, I mean, it's a stupid amount of money. That's kind of the reason why I started my CISO Tradecraft podcast. I've done 294 weeks of free information for everybody to help you out with your career. And I'll give you a link to that a little bit later. I'm not here to pitch myself to help you out. But here's the thing. So what they tell you? Go ahead and learn Unix, right? We learned Unix. Wait a minute. That wasn't the future. Learn scripting. Yeah, we got good at that. That wasn't the future. DevOps. Maybe DevSecOps. Yeah, but we kept on going. How about cloud? Yeah, we're good with the cloud, moving everything up there in the multi-cloud 10.5. And now it's AI. It keeps on going. But the thing is this experience would guarantee that we had a job. And this might have all been true until now. Because what you see in common in all those different job responsibilities is that the technology helped us do our job better. So in 1940s, a little bit before my time, but Admiral Grace Hopper, for those of you who remember Amazing Grace, and I did have the privilege to speak at the same event on the same platform as her in 1986. It was right at the end of, Mike, I'd left active duty from the Navy. She had left active duty from the Navy, and so we're out. I think she might have still been a Commodore. And it was kind of fun to get a chance to talk to her. And she handed me 11.8 inches of bell wire. So those who were laughing realized that's a nanosecond. That's exactly how our light goes in a nanosecond. But it turned out that machine language didn't eliminate programmers because you used to program down a machine code. And then we went to assembly language because it abstracted you, and we trusted they wrote their machine code. But the programmers, you learned assembly. And then what happened? You learned higher level languages. And that was great because you didn't have to write the assembly code. And then what happened? We got object-oriented code, wow, and then frameworks and libraries. But what happened? Each time we could go back, we could learn something. We have the same person in the same job come back from a school, maybe with a cert or two, and now we get up there in the cloud, we build APIs and things like that, and low code, no code. Except what's happening now? With AI, well, the thing is AI is not necessarily going to help you do your job. It will at the beginning. It's going to take your job. Well, 7 out of 8 ain't bad. But the point is, this is an inflection point. This is one. By the way, I will have a QR code on the last slide that has the entire presentation deck. And you can download it and you can play with it. So you can take pictures now if you like, or you can just pay attention and know that you'll get the whole thing. So this poor guy's just standing here watching, but we'll bring him in at some point. So here's kind of the idea. And why is this different? Because humans used to write code, right? We'd sit down, we'd say, what do we want to do? Program, and I got, debug, that's an error, throws an error, fix it. And so what happened is the computer will execute the instructions, but we had to write the instructions in the right order. And then they got higher level languages, you could do things with less code. For those of us who are old and we had to learn COBOL, and you had these big pile of punch cards. By the way, what was to protect you if you ever dropped your deck of punch cards on the floor to get them back in order? A magic marker with a diagonal across the deck, because then you could line up the diagonal line. Idiots would do it straight line, and they all line up. You can't tell the order, and then you go change majors, and then you become a history major or something. But AI is different now. It's creating the implementation. We don't have to write the code with AI around. We tell AI what we want it to do, and it does it. So we specify the intent. And the better we specify the intent, the more accurate that code's going to be. When you talk about hallucinations, LLMs and things like that, there's one thing up here, two up there, two seats, and after that, third one over there. And some people are just playing hard to get by leaning over here and don't sit on my chair. But you can do that. And so what happened then, when you talk about an LLM and hallucination, all these things are mathematical prediction models. If I say peanut, you'll probably say peanut butter. And they go peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Just a math model. And so all it's doing, now if you go ahead and you give it a very, very low probability connection, it puts out the next thing that 0.0005%, but it's the highest possibility that it knows about. That's where your hallucinations are coming from, and we avoid that in coding with better and better and better specifications. So what's going to happen is prompting becomes a professional skill. I remember 2 years ago, people said prompt engineer is going to be the new career. And I go no, it's all going to be done by AI. It's going to be prompting AI. But somebody needs to run the zoo with all the AI animals that are running around. And so the layer or the level of abstraction has moved again.
So I get the scary headline slide. So that's cool. So we've all seen this, right? Does this work now? Nope, it does not. This thing does not like us. Okay.
It helps if you go the other direction.
It's fine. Does that work? There are the scary headlines. So we've all seen them, right? Like over the last, 18 months, 2 years. You see these on a weekly, monthly basis, whatever. I think the number is about like 180,000 jobs, and that's the first 6 months of this year, which is up 83% or something from last year. So obviously that's a scary time, right? Like you see all these optimizations, you see jobs changing, and kind of like the tech industry is like by far the biggest in this. So this is new. Like this is not something we have necessarily seen before. We're all kind of knowledge workers in some shape or form. So today we're going to talk a little bit about that and why they're not as scary as they might seem, specifically for cyber, and some of the ideas maybe of how to position yourself in the best spot you can be, so you can kind of go forward with your career and do the things you want to do.
Let's see if it works.
It could be. Sweet, nice. So it's kind of, just, companies are not looking to buy people or time or, they want an outcome. They want something done. And like, if I want to get money for something and I talk to CFO, I don't usually go and say, hey, I need 3 people for something, right? There's a goal. There's a business goal. There's money involved somewhere. And you want to do something. Like you want to reduce the risk. You want to shorten timelines, improve resilience. Like there's like all kinds of things you want to do. And that's kind of, that's the background for all these AI optimizations, right? Easy things go first. Like if your job is defined by a checklist, then it probably already is gone. If you're a copywriter, those jobs, entry-level accounting, all that stuff. So you need to look at, like, companies are not hiring because we've always done it that way. Like they're always trying to optimize, right? So that's kind of what we're facing now, and that's why your strategy for your career needs to follow that market and how that market is changing.
Yeah, so if as a C-level executive, I get someone coming to me like a CISO and saying, I want money. Well, the problem is cybersecurity has always been a cost center, right? It's like, how much profit are you going to make us? You consume resources. But what you're trying to do, and this is a general security guidance and something I pitch on my podcast, is to tell people cybersecurity is the business of revenue protection. So if you want to be able to do business with your customers on the web and you don't have a secure website, you can't do business on the web. If you have compliance requirements because you're Sarbanes-Oxley or HIPAA or something like that, and you're out of compliance, you don't get to be in business anymore. And so if we start to think about it that way, we can help our cause by letting the executives who have to write a check and saying, well, this person, she says she can make me money, but you're going to keep me in business. Yeah, you're going to keep in business. But they want you to do your job for the lowest possible cost. And so what you're going to start to see then is the offset between human beings and AI gets pretty brutal depending upon what line of work you are in.
Right. So this is the corporate AI math, right? You have 3 people, they do the output of 3 people. Or could I have 1 person and they can do the output of 10 if they have the right tools or infinite tokens or whatever that might be, right? So that's the math. That's kind of how it's working. It's all tasks. Like it says people there, but it's what's get output, not necessarily the amount of people that do the work, right? So moving on. So I would like to make the argument that cybersecurity is not like everything else. Like our industry is a little bit different, or a big bit different, right? Those examples from before, those are often optimizations that were waiting to happen, or things that were easily automatable, easily definable, right? Our industry is maybe the most adaptive that I know. Like we're always like, whenever something happens, then there's a new attack surface, or there's a new technology, or something happens, right? Especially now with AI. It's moving so fast, right? So I think there's a good argument to be made that we'll see a lot more activity in our industry, but it's going to be different. And we'll talk about that a little bit later today.
Yeah, some of the things you see a difference because some things that security doesn't automate. For example, context. It wasn't written, no. This box is acting weird. Why is it acting weird? Well, maybe we had a business reason for it to act weird. It was doing something. But if nobody wrote that down and you look at it and you say, I can't figure this thing out, what happens? Well, take it offline. And then, well, your whole website went out because it turned out that it was a back-end API call that you forgot about. Or you have an adversarial novelty, meaning what? Attackers aren't necessarily predictable. For those of us who've done offensive cybersecurity, and usually the only way you can do that legally is to work in the .mil world, but you know, you never know. The point is what? Is that you find out that as an adversary, you try to be unpredictable. You try to do things that are not driving right down the center, but reaching around and coming up with something that, hey, wow, we didn't think about that anymore. That's where your 0 days come from. And we patch it, but there's an endless supply of exploits, and they're only getting bigger and faster with the AI being able to go ahead and discover these things like that. And then, is it true? Is that port really open? Well, I don't know. Let's ping it. Let's try to send something to it. Let's try to see what I can get to go through that TCP port or UDP if you don't care about a handshake. But maybe there was a reason for it to be open. I don't know.
But also, yeah, exactly. But also, as things get more complicated, and it's getting complicated very fast right now, that expands our world. Like now there's more stuff to protect. There's more potential holes. Like now we're automating bills, we're doing all this other stuff, right? So I think we're uniquely positioned. It looks scary, but I think there's a lot of very interesting things happening, and hopefully we can give you some ideas on where to go.
If you had asked me prior to this year, I would tell people, get into a cybersecurity career because you've got a lifetime of employment ahead of you. I'm not so sure anymore, and that's why I took the time to write this talk with Michael, because I want to really give a warning sign that there are going to be some things that are going to work and some things that are not going to work. So we find out that if you have a predictable decision, if then else, if then else, if then else, you can automate that. And you say like, whoa, my job is now 5% done by AI, life is easier. I can go home at 5 o'clock. All right, that's dead. Don't put it there, it's got no lip on the end.
Moving on.
And then structured analysis and things like a first draft of a document. Well, hey, AI, write my letter, write my email, write my book. I read a book this past week called Replacement. Has anybody ever heard of it? If not, take a look at it. The guy who wrote it, he's Frenchman. I got his name. I'll look it up for you. He said he wrote it in 4 days with his AI tools. He's got 13 AI agents that are working for him doing the business of a 20-person company. Why can he get away with a brag like that? Because he sold his last company for $250 million. All right? This guy's no slouch. And yet you read the book and you go through, it's sloppy. Okay, you can tell it was written in 4 days, but he tells the same story 4 or 5 times. But the point is exactly what I was trying to make with this talk, and I said I wanted to read that, is he's saying, the world is changing, and it's not in 10 or 20 years. It's going to be 3 or 4 or 5 years, and you might see tens of millions of jobs going away as corporate executives who get their MBA from Harvard, who care more about their bottom line and their bonus than the survival of their people that work for them or the well-being of their clients or the product quality or anything else like that. I'm sorry, I did my MBA at a Jesuit school, so I got a little bit of a bias against some of the people like Prophet Liberalis, but nonetheless, a lot of these things here are going to go AI enabled, and for a while they're going to make your job better. 30%, 35%, 40% of my job is done by AI. This is so cool. I can watch cat videos for a couple hours a day and do it on company time. But you're going to reach some inflection point where all of a sudden, like Hemingway, to adapt to, how'd you go bankrupt? How'd you lose your job? Slowly, and then suddenly. And what's going to happen is you're going to reach that tipping point, and all of a sudden management's going to say, well, we can get 70% of that person's job done with AI, let them go. But it's not at 100. That's okay. Nobody works at 100% anyway, let's be honest. And that's an acceptable error rate at business, because one of the things you find out as a founder, for those who ever start a company or going to, nobody you hire is going to care as much about the quality of your deliverable as you do. You have to sacrifice your sense of perfection to get the job done. Otherwise, you end up with founderitis, and you can never grow past a founder.
I think one more thing just to add here is, and I'm not sure if you've seen this or not, but the frontier labs are hiring experts within fields now. So they're like beyond just scraping the world, which apparently we're done with, now hiring and paying hourly experts within very specific fields to provide input for training at a very high rate. That is going down. And going down.
For now.
So,
and then what happens to it in a couple of years? They're out of a job.
Well, that's the thing, right? So there's a legit argument, discussion around, protecting your skills and figuring out how can you elevate yourself to be in a position where that's not possible to you. So we'll throw some ideas here in a minute. But
Next slide. Next, please. There we go. So here's some work that I think AI cannot do. Pay attention to this list because you want to map this mentally to what you're doing today and see how good your score is. Do you own accountability? That's one of the best things I found as a chief information security officer is if there's a business process that's got some weaknesses or vulnerability and they won't fund it, they won't patch it, you just go to that vice president and said, I need you to make a signature on this piece of paper saying you accept the risk on behalf of the organization. How much money do you need to fix it? Because nobody wants to be accountable. You can't point to the AI and say AI is accountable. Okay, the AI ate my homework. Doesn't work that way. You still need a belly button, as we used to say in the military. The person you could point to and say, you own this process. Judgment under uncertainty. Do you really want an AI that's going to guess, that's going to hallucinate, that's come up with some random answer saying, oops, I deleted your entire production database. So bad, I'm sorry. That happens. And this wasn't a disgruntled AI.
this is almost as bad as your AI escaping the lab and compromising Hugging Face, right?
Yeah, and that was my podcast this past week with Gotti Everon.
Like it is, sorry for jumping in, but like it is worth again. You cannot take a model to court. Like I would love to sue ChatGPT for a whole bunch of stuff, right? But it's not a legal entity, right? There is a company, there's a person, there's somebody that owns that, right? Or there has to be. It's a very gray area legal field right now. There's laws coming out. I think Delaware is one of the first to like codify how are agents treated legally. Yeah. Like, is there an operator? Is it the company? Like, so that's a whole thing that's going to happen. And yeah, so
yeah, I mean, you're not going to see a judge go to an AI model and say we're going to remove half your memory chips and step down your clock speed for 30 days. It doesn't happen. They're looking for someone else to hold accountable for. Earning trust. It's the reason I got on an airplane. I'll fly halfway across the country to meet with a new client to sign a deal. Not that I couldn't do it online, that I can't do it on Zoom, but we're human beings. We're culturally adaptable to be able to deal with other human beings. That person-to-person contact is incredibly important. I remember back in the 90s when the big bad internet was going to destroy air travel. Nobody would ever travel for business anymore. Why? Because you can just do it on the internet, which is an improvement over a fax machine, if anybody remembers what those are. But you earn the trust interpersonally, leading people through change. I had a career as a military officer. I got to tell you that leadership is a skill that anybody can develop, but it's hard work, and it does require you to develop a certain amount of internal mastery of yourself. But I'm not going to follow a machine, and I don't think you're going to follow a machine. You're going to follow another human, and that leadership is going to be important, particularly through difficult things. Although we might ask about ethical decisions, ethics are situational for some people, they're absolute for others. That gets into your 7-layer OSI model, physical data network transport session presentation application. What's layer 8? It's politics. What's layer 9? Money. They have the money, you can control the politicians. But layer 10 you can't argue with, that's religion. People will die for their religion. They won't die for money. They usually won't die for politics. But they'll die for the religion. So you can't argue with that part of the thing. So that ethicality, the ethical decision making, is something that for a lot of people is just non-negotiable. And lastly, accepting the responsibility, as Michael was saying. How can you be responsible for an outcome if you're not a human? How do our court systems, how do our legal systems, how do our HR systems hold a machine accountable for a decision? And the answer is, we cannot. So let's map that into some ideas for an AI career matrix. Sorry about the font size. Again, if you want to take pictures, you get the entire presentation with a QR code at the end. And no rickrolls, I promise. So let's kind of walk our way around this thing. I'm going to step off the stage here, have a little bit of fun, and get some exercise myself. So AI improves its capability this way. Human judgment improves that way. If something does not require a human, but it can be automated, documentation drafts. This, if you're doing this stuff right now, warning, Will Robinson, danger, danger, your job is in danger because AI is going to be able to do a substantial portion of that for a fraction of the cost that your employer is paying for you right now. And so you are at risk. If, however, you have some specialized expertise, emerging threats, looking at that, figuring out, doing novel research or new attack techniques, yeah, we're finding out that AI can do some novel attack techniques. It can chain together different attack paths. It can go ahead and build its own scaffolding. It comes up with 0 days. It finds problems that we didn't know about for 10, 15, 20 years. But here's the thing. It's basically finding flaws in what humans have written. It's not creating necessarily new attacks from scratch. Think about it. An AI model is trained on a whole corpus of information, terabytes, petabytes, yottabytes, lottabytes, however big it gets, of information, but it can only come back with what it's been trained on. It can't creatively think yet. And so as a human, that's something we tend to do a little bit better. But if you look over here, architecture, threat hunting, red teaming, that's kind of in the red zone. We still, the yellow zone, maybe a little bit danger. Why? Because AI is coming for it, and it's going to get better, 10%, 20, 30%, and some tipping point. But if you're in the upper left-hand corner, if you're in human decision-making, if you're in a leadership role, if you're the person accepting risk on behalf of the organization, if you're making decisions under pressure, under crisis, and coming up with the right answer, and you're acting ethically, that is probably the last bastion that AI is not coming after. And if you find out that your level of responsibility does not include that for the organization or for your team or whatever, you might want to think about developing those skill sets. Because a lot of times we get into technology because what? We're introverted and we love technology and you don't have to deal with this people thing. And yet what we find out is that in a career path, you tend to go through about 4 cycles. You get hired initially for almost any job for your technical skills. Whether you're out of high school or you're out of college or even don't have any type of degree or diploma, you can get a job with a technicality. But after a while, you get good at that technical skill, and they said, congratulations, we're going to promote you to management. You're going to produce your projects on time, on target, on budget. You're going to fill out your forms. You get to dot the I's and cross the T's, and you're a manager. And that's great for a few more years. But then what happens? You get promoted to leadership, where you're setting stretch goals. You're going ahead and figuring out, we're going to go after that, we're going to buy this, we're going to do that, so that the managers can go ahead and accomplish those stretch goals that you create as a leader with the technical people. And for a lot of years, I thought that's as high as it went. But there's one more layer beyond. And we mentioned it before on the OSI model. It's politics. Humans are political animals. At a certain level, almost all decisions are not necessarily made on merit. They're made on politics. Promotions is why you can end up working for a total idiot. And you're not total idiot isn't there because they're technical skills, it's because their daddy started the company. That's politics. That's connections. And that's reality. And so what you want to understand is sometimes we get topped out, our career promotions don't happen because we miss the curve. And we stay technical, stay technical, stay technical. Everybody else promotes to management. They get more money, more responsibility, and they get moved on to leadership. And then if you look good and you look down there, the political folks said, well, let me help out. So I've had an awful lot of people come to me and say, would you be my mentor? Won't you be my mentor? I feel like, Fred Rogers. Well, the problem with being a mentor and a protege, I don't like the word mentee because that's the sort of thing in Florida we drive over with our power boats. But but as a mentor and a protege, what happens is what? You take on a risk as a mentor. If someone comes to you and say, will you be my mentor? And I say, well, let me think about that. Because if you crash and burn, all my peers are going to say, yeah, G-Mark's an idiot. Every time somebody goes to ask for help for him, they're lost cases, they're hopeless cases, they don't do anywhere. He's apparently not a very good mentor, and therefore he's probably not in our club. And so as a result, you create a risk opportunity, both positive and negative, as a protege when you look for somebody to be your mentor and assistant. But if they give you something to do, do it. If they're pointing in the right direction, do it. And if you're getting really solid advice on what you should do for the rest of your career so you don't end up unemployed and being the homeless hacker, couch surfing for the rest of your life, do it. Your slide.
Actually, that's yours.
Oh, whoa, how about that? Happens really quick. Okay, so I
just feel bad for the manatee, but carry on.
you like that one, okay. Hey, that's what happens when you start walking around, just stuff comes to your mind. But it was an hallucination. Okay, this poor camera guy, like you just thought you could sit back and relax. No, you got to track me. All right, got a thumbs up. So, if you lost your job tomorrow, you got to start over again. And it used to be in cybersecurity like, well, all I got to do is update my LinkedIn profile. How's that working for you? You all have LinkedIn profiles, right? What percentage of them is actually true? They estimate somewhere between 70 and 80% of those LinkedIn profiles are at minor amount of exaggeration, at most total hallucination fiction. But it does help to create connections and things like that. So, for example, CISO Tradecraft, my podcast, I got 36,000 connections on LinkedIn, 42,000 folks following me on YouTube. I give all this stuff away. I am trying to help out the next generation of cybersecurity professionals because I've already had my run. I got a few more days left to go, a few more years, I don't know. TTL is a hidden field in life. Live every day like it's your last, and someday you'll be right. But until then, if you lost your job tomorrow, what value do you offer that an employer that an AI cannot do? Get into the trades, be a plumber, be an electrician, fix air conditioning units, if that's what you want. But if you want to stay in IT and IT security, you've got to come up with something that AI cannot do now and is not going to be likely to do in the foreseeable future. Reference the last slide. What part of your job is more valuable, becoming less valuable? Okay, it's the beginning of the month. It's August 2026. What are you going to do this month? Don't admire your problem. Do something about it, because we're all facing it. Some of us are farther along the line than others, but for the 4 people who remain standing who have done stuff, who've got their OpenClaw, who've got their GitHub repository running, you're at the head of the class. But guess what? If you stop right now in 6 months, AI is just running you over. You're roadkill. This thing is coming after you. Anybody remember the Berserker old, very early video game? Maybe I'm dating myself. It's like from the 70s. He had Evil Otto. So you went around with the robots, attack the human, stop the human. And if you hung around long enough, this big white ball called Evil Otto would come and destroy you. Because you had to keep moving through the maze. You couldn't relax. You always had to keep running. So like a shark, if you're not swimming, you're drowning. All right, now is it your slide?
I don't know.
Whose slide is it anyway?
All right, so let's move into what should I do? What should you do? What should we all do, right? Like, let's go that way a little bit. I think the place for us to be is using the system, but being the evaluator, like knowing where to use it, how to use it best, right? Don't just write prompts. Like that was prompt engineering. That was last year, right? What was that? I forgot. Yeah. So now we're building systems, right? We're building workflows. We're expanding from just like the base layer. And the way to do this, I think at least now, is you just have to dive in. Like, and we'll get to that in a little bit, but it's moving so fast, right? Like if you take a week off, then you're behind again. Like we'll have some resources, but I spend, 20 hours a week just keeping up, barely, I don't know, right? And that's just on the technology side. Then you have platforms, you have software, you have everything. The good news is so's everybody else, right? You're not behind. We're all kind of trying to figure out where this train is running super fast, right? So beyond those technical skills, though, right? Think in like how are you in your organization? How are you implementing this? Like, are you bringing this forward? Are you solving a problem? Are you learning how to communicate this to the rest of the organization? Right? I was born extremely introvert. I'm still there and there somewhere, right? Communication is becoming the most important skill. It is. It's how you will do well in your job. It's how you will find your next job. G-Mark mentioned LinkedIn. I think, and this is fairly well established, I think, is that you might not find your next job, it might find you, based on what you do, how you act, how you project, all that stuff, right? Introverts' worst nightmare. I have several very good friends, kind of in the same thing that we do, that don't want to do LinkedIn at all. I'm like, fine, you don't have to, it's fine. We all can maybe all agree that LinkedIn has issues, but it's the problem of, are you visible to the rest of the world, whether it's in the job market or your organization? That's going to be one of the absolute key things to work on. The other thing, and this is a hill I will die on, is always be learning. Like, it's never more important than it is right now. And I happen to love learning, so great, right? But you need to invest some time at least, and is it an hour a day? Is it, I don't know.
It's a quote that I put out years ago, almost 25 years ago. I wrote G-Mark's corollary to Moore's Law, shortened to G-Mark's Law. Half of what you know about security will be obsolete in 18 months. Half of what you know about AI will be obsolete in 3 months. It's really moving that fast. And that 18-month schedule seemed to work as we went from Windows XP, and went to Windows 7, Vista 8, 9, 10, no Windows 9. Why no Windows 9? Because they had character matching and it would conflict with Windows 95 and 98, and so they just skipped 9 and they went to 10. But that's another story entirely. So,
yeah.
Back to
Yeah,
Michael.
no. So this kind of summarizes that, right? Like you're not looking to fight it. Like, good luck. If you want to do it, more power to you. It's not going to work, but go for it, right? You need to be in the space where you are elevated by the tools available to you, right? And we'll talk a minute about like, is that one field, multiple fields? Like, how do we look at that, right? But essentially, whatever you do, I don't know if you're a copywriter or a designer or we're all cyber nerds, great. Be the best at that job with the tools you have available. And that is just one of those things that is more apparent now than ever. So you have, we saw this in engineering, right? You have the standard developer. They're both a coder and designer and product management or something, right? Like roles are merging. And I think we can make an argument that in cyber, this is probably more important than anywhere, that don't be good at one thing. Please, have a seat.
It's not every day you get to watch your own presentation.
Anyway, they pick some fields. You don't have to pick 6 different things, right? Like that is not the point here. But we have one more thing even. It is move beyond the operator to an engineer, improve things, combine different fields that you have. You're not trying to protect your role, you're trying to elevate it, both the role and yourself, into the next, whatever that is. I called it cyber defense engineer. That's not a title out there, but sounds kind of cool. I like it. But there will be, like in the engineering world, there are builders now, right? There'll be something similar, and I don't think it's crystallized yet, but it will. And it'll be the next level up. So you're not an analyst, you're part of that. You're building it,
So, learn before you need it. Do it while someone else is paying you a paycheck. Why not? Hey, boss, I think we should implement AI and take a look at it. So I work as a Chief Information Security Officer for a couple organizations. One of them is starting to move forward with AI. The other one has said, block all AI. We don't want it. Not no way, not no how. Well, how well do you think they're going to do when all their competition, everything else is going to be doing AI and they're not? I'd say fortunately that they're a nonprofit, so I kind of help them out with that. But I'm thinking like, yeah, it's kind of a dead end, but you guys don't have competition and you don't care a whole lot about making money and you can't make a profit. And by the way, the difference between a profit company and a nonprofit company is really only one thing. Stockholders cannot get dividends. You can't get paid. You get a salary. American Red Cross is a nonprofit and the CEO gets 7 figures. But the whole idea is hopefully you're doing something sort of good. But learn every week. Build things that people can see. And what you're doing is you're creating evidence. You're creating evidence of your skill sets. That's why I said you have a GitHub repository. Go write something, even if it's something simple. Go play with OpenClaw and go ahead and say, give me very, very limited capabilities. Put that harness on there so tight that it's barely able to breathe. And say, all I want you to do is count the number of the letter E's in my email this morning. Something stupid like that. No write capability, just learn. But when you do it, it's like, yes, hello world. I wrote my first hello world program in AI. And then say, well, okay, go ahead and take a look at all the emails that look like they might be important and prioritize them for me. And then you review it and say, no, I care about that, don't care about that. Because that's what your spam filter is doing, right? It's saying, you don't care about this, but you care about this. But stuff still gets through there. I get hundreds of emails a day, of which not too many are actionable. That's something I could build. But over time, you start building more and more. And what you're going to be doing is you're creating momentum. Instead of the intensity of sitting down like code all day long and then stop it for a month, do it every day. I'm a former marathon runner. I didn't get to become a marathon runner by taking a week off at any point in time or 2 weeks. Because for every week you take off, you lose 3 weeks of conditioning. You take a month off, you got to start all over again. And it's kind of that way with AI. You can make it a habit. I'm playing with Duolingo. Anybody doing Duolingo? All right. Anybody over 1,000 days in a row? Okay. Hello, fellow geeks. But what happens is it just becomes momentum. Got to go to bed. I'm tired, like, oh, I didn't do a Duolingo. Okay. Ding. All right, fine. Hello, Owl. Good night. But you get that habit. Human habits takes about 14 days to learn it, 30 days to start doing it. About 90 days, you really make it automatic. Make this automatic every day. Set a calendar reminder. Do an AI thing. Pick a time of day where you're most creative or where you don't have conflicts and make it happen. Next one, please. Next slide. There we go. So what are the things you can learn? Well, a lot. So I don't think this goes, it's like an all-time build. Boom, make it happen. Okay, yeah, that's the next slide is all boom, walk on. Learn the tools. What do I mean? Understand how does AI work. It's more than just a chat bot. You can get to agentic AI where you actually connect it to other things where it interacts with your email, it interacts with your database, it interacts with your customers, it could interact with your garage door, whatever it happens to be. Run these models and run them yourself. Don't necessarily depend on the frontier models like ChatGPT or the ones that you down or look at that online. Try building a local model. Yes, you can go ahead and have a bazillion parameter model that requires half a dozen NVIDIA GPU chips. It's going to cost you half of your salary. No, get a goosed up laptop. I was talking to a friend of mine earlier today looking at was that 64 megs or 64 gigs of memory in that Dell 13-inch laptop? Yeah. And so you can buy stuff like that for just a couple grand. Play with it.
Like $12,000 now. Yep.
Yeah, well, it just went up again. Yeah, it's like watch your memory. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Okay. Orchestrate your AI. The person who's going to survive is not the person who's going to be replaced by AI, but you go to your boss and say, look, as we roll out artificial intelligence, we need to connect the dots. We can't have them operating in silos. They have to communicate effectively. And I've been studying for the last few weeks or several months because I went to this BSides talk. And now what I can do is I can help orchestrate these things so we can all work together and we can improve the business process, reduce hallucination, improve profitability. And oh, by the way, you get to keep your job. And apply AI to cybersecurity. We're still figuring this out. It's a little bit scary. It turns out that AI is pretty good at some of the stuff we do, and it's really lousy at some of the things we do. But if it's good at the things that you're doing, like working as a tier 1 SOC analyst, your days are numbered there if you don't learn a new skill, so you want to be aware of that. And then never, ever, ever stop learning. Join a community. Be part of what we have at BSides. There's local groups that are out there. There's ISACA groups. There's clubs and things like that. Hang out with them. Get used to these people and learn from them and create peer pressure so you have accountability. Did you do your AI today? Okay, well, thank you. We'll go. Here's your word to learn.
We're not going to run through all of these, and you probably know most of them. I think the point here is there's infinite resources right now. I am a big podcast person. I'll in the car, walking, gym, whatever. Good way to keep up. Find some you like. 5-10 minutes a day. Don't get into the long, weedy ones unless you feel like it. The one unique thing right now, right, is you have an infinite patient teacher with basically infinite knowledge available, right? Like that's the other side of AI. Literally anything you want to know. And it's like weird sometimes, but yeah, you can, right? Like, okay, I need to know how this piece of software works or how you merge models or how you quantize a model, whatever it is, right? It is available to you now. There are communities out there, many, and they're very welcoming, most of them. And it's just a very unique time right now, and it's the right time to do it. There might be a window that will close eventually, but it's not yet. So it's full speed ahead, basically.
Yeah. So go out and build something. Find a problem. Solve a real one. Automate a workflow. Make it something simple. I say count the letter E's in your email. I don't know, something like that. And from that, publish a project. Get a GitHub account. If you don't have a GitHub account, get one. They don't cost a whole lot. I've had a GitHub account for a long time. My GitHub name is 2 characters long, okay? Seriously. Teach a lesson. Teach somebody else. The one thing I have found out in doing my CISO tradecraft is that by teaching other people, when I was a SANS instructor, by teaching other people, I had to learn the material well enough that I could handle the questions that I would receive from the people that I'm teaching. So the best way to master a subject is to teach it to others. And then repeat it and do another lesson. And your knowledge, your skill sets, your capabilities, and your employability will compound over time.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about like what are the skills or qualities that employers are looking for. I can talk for myself at least. The best people I've hired throughout my career and theirs or whatever have some qualities in common, right? One is like good judgment. You understand things, you can make decisions. You're okay with adapting to new things, right? Some examples I have had in my past, people, this is my job, I'm doing that, I'm not doing anything else. Fine, but that's not very future-proof, especially right now. If you can create things, if you can, like G-Mark says, right, and building now is easier than ever. Slob coding, vibe coding is becoming coding. There's like a gray thing happening right now. But build something, maybe don't publish it if it's, questionable security with important stuff. But in general, building now, easy. It is becoming very important to understand the business side. Like I was a hardcore nerd for many, many, many years. Now I get the business side just as well. Almost everything good that has happened in my career has come from bridging that gap. Knowing technical, knowing business. That is one of the most valuable things that you can do, and that will help you as well. Always learn, always learn, always learn, and try to lead people. Be the one that moves things forward when you can.
All right, we're down to the last 2 minutes. So your career is your responsibility. As much as your boss says that she loves you and that you're important and you're a real asset to the organization, your asset is out the door the minute that you don't make financial sense. Okay, so I tell people you have a job as long as you generate more revenue for your business than they're paying you. Not true for nonprofits or governments, but true in business. You make them money, unless you're a real jerk, they're going to keep paying you if you make them more money. Your certifications will not guarantee that you're irrelevant. I used to teach, as I said, for years, certs. I also taught graduate school. What I found out in the .edu, it takes forever to update curriculum, so certs go faster. You can get more current stuff, but even then, in AI, the thing's going to be obsolete before you get to the end of the course. Your curiosity is your advantage, as Michael had said. Just learn stuff, learn, and start today. Don't wait till tomorrow. Go home tonight. Do something. Take an initial action. Make things happen. And
so one of the reasons I wanted to come here today was to just put 3 words on the screen. I believe this very, very, very much, and this is it. Like, be unique. Be something that is not easily copyable, duplicatable, whatever, right? Don't be an NFT. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying just don't be fungible. Be something that is not easily done by somebody else.
And that's the QR code for the entire presentation that you saw, as well as email addresses, phone numbers, websites, etc. I would recommend if you're going to take a picture of something, take a picture of that. As you notice, there is no Rickroll. It takes you to my Google Docs page, and you'll get the PowerPoint. Pretty sure that you don't have edit capability, but you can download it as a PPT, not as a PDF. I always hate when people give you PDFs. Like, but I want to copy and use something from it. All right, this stuff is for you. But I don't want to go ahead and get a cease and desist from whatever company owned the copyright from 1963 from Dr. Strangelove saying you've abused our stuff and things like that. By the way, these are also toward the last 3 pages. References, 1, 2, 3, all these different things. We went ahead and did the hard work for you so you could find it. So with the last few minutes we have before the next speaker comes in, any thoughts, questions, or ideas? We got a microphone we can walk around the room with. And oh, by the way, I got CISO Tradecraft stickers if you're a sticker person and things like that. Okay, got a question back here? Go ahead.
So this rhymes an awful lot with what I describe as a talk that I've given to many people who I've mentored and taught to code along the way, and it was ascend the stack before the wave of automation drowns you, which is really fatalistic. What's a less doomer way of saying that?
A less doomer way of saying is invest in yourself and stay ahead of the technology. The technology is growing very, very fast. You need to go faster, okay? It's a little bit like, don't outrun the bear, just outrun the person next to you, and the bear will get him. Well, no, the bear will get both of you. So invest in yourself.
Yeah, Michael, you mentioned that there might be a window in the future where a lot of, our ability to use AI as freely might change. Would you mind expanding on that a little?
So we see this all the time, right? You see it with when we got to cloud, when we had crypto, whatever, right? Like there's these kind of waves within technology. If you're early on in the wave, you're infinitely better positioned to have a good outcome or career, or if you're starting a business or whatever you're doing, be ahead of that curve or on the front of it. We're many years into AI. I think like 100 if you look into it, but really 3 or 4, whatever, right? So that is still going now. There's a ton of money going into it, and there will be for a while. It won't always be like that, right? It's going to be something else, or something else will happen, right? So now is a good time to put your energy into this and be the person that combines different things, learns, tries something, builds it, and you'll be positioned much, much, much better than 90% of people, 99% of people out there.
Okay, stickers blowing all over the place. We've got a microphone for you so everybody else can hear you. Go right ahead, sir.
What do you think about the risk of neglecting fundamentals and chasing the current thing? How much do you want to make sure that you understand like how IP networking works yourself and not rely on?
I would agree. So he asked about what's the importance of neglecting fundamentals and just going after the latest new thing. You need to know the fundamentals. You need to know the difference between TCP and IP. You need to be able to rattle off the whole IP stack like I did, physical data network transport session presentation application. You know how you say that backwards? Physical data network transport session presentation application. But the point is, if you learn those basics, you have a foundational knowledge. You're not just dealing with concepts, you're dealing with something that you can actually understand. And so when you're dealing and you're programming with these AI tools, you're trying to take the ambiguity out. As you get better and better in terms of being more precise with your prompts, what you're being able to do is you're being able to take that business requirement. We're doing a business systems analysis, something that's almost out of fashion now. And instead of going ahead and somebody from IT sitting down and getting the specs, handing over to the developers write code, and then all of a sudden at the end, security gets brought in to say, go find the bugs. What you're doing is you're building in the security requirements into that initial code requirement that's going to end up in the repository. It's going to be baked in. And so by being able to explain to your boss that, hey, IT security is going to ensure that because of our skill sets of not only understanding the fundamentals, but working with AI, that our code will get better and more secure and more functionally right. And that feedback loop allows you to take the skills that you've defined for that AI engine and get more secure. And so you actually continue to add value. Your company will do better, and they can't do it without you, because no AI can do what I just described.
I was at a dinner last night where another or very highly placed CISO was complaining like nobody knows DNS anymore, right? It's like fundamentals are super important. Don't forget them, but they're just table stakes maybe sometimes, right? You have to know them, but you won't get a job knowing the OC layer model backwards, probably.
Question for you guys. You made a really good case for the types of jobs that are going to be available and the skills that you need in order to do those jobs or get into those roles. But in order for those roles to exist, some executive is going to have to decide, this is what we need, and I'm going to put budget towards it. I'm going to hire for these things. And so I'm curious, what are you guys seeing in the job market now, and are we there yet, or is it going to be some period of time before these jobs actually exist?
Let me jump on that real quick. So if you're in an organization, like I've seen someone that says AI is forbidden, AI is prevented, you can't do it, either go ahead and try to convince management or get another job. Go someplace else, because that company's not going to be around in 3 years. You can spot the ships that are going to sink when all the rats start running off, and you can be the first rat. Nothing personal, of course, but in this particular case, look at the vision. But if you've got a visionary CEO, call them out. Go ahead and get a hold of Mr. and Mrs. Big and say, hey, I'm your IT security person, but here's what I think is going to the direction of the future and how we can improve the profitability of the company, improve our survivability, the quality of our products, the happiness and the stickiness of our customers to be able to retain them. Those are all business things you learn in MBA school, and now you are a business advocate. Michael, over to you.
Yeah, just like practically, whatever their position is out there, like I should say, like this is all still shaken out now. Like this is changing. What I'll tell you today, and probably half of this presentation is outdated in 2 months, right? Like it's moving that fast. Whatever job you're looking at or position, I guarantee you will be asked, how do you use AI to do that? Right? So that is the thing to keep in mind, is that, okay, so now I'm in the door, now I can do all these builder things and move my levels up, all that stuff. But getting in there, and things are moving right now, I think the best to do really is like, look at the jobs opening, that what's posted out there, and then be ready to have a great story about how you're going to do this with these tools you tried, and you use these resources, and oh, by the way, I built this other thing. Like now, like you can build a dashboard in 5 minutes, right? Like these are things that are low-hanging fruit. And you can say you did that, right? Yeah, and analyze some logs, I built a dashboard, and I think like that's going to put you in front of most people out there. So.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's all the time we have for today. So thank you very much for being a participant in Dr. Strange Prompt, or How I Learned to Stop Coding and Love My AI. CISO Tradecraft sticker, if you'd like a sticker out there. Hopefully you got a download of the presentation. And yeah, follow the podcast. My stuff is free. I have 294 weeks into it. I like to think I'm doing something good for the community and can help you out as well. These are going to run out really quickly. Thank you. Everybody who's like stickers.
Today from Code Red Partners, one of our sponsors for Higher Ground here at BSides Las Vegas. This will be our final talk in Higher Ground this afternoon. Couple ground rules as you come in. Make sure you take a seat. We need to have everybody seated in the room. If you want to capture information from the slides, you are allowed to take pictures of the slides, but please do not take pictures of anyone else in the room. That is against policy. We are recording this as well, so there will be viewing ability later, but that's also something to be aware of. There's a camera going. And then finally, make sure you silence your cell phones so that we don't have any annoying noises going off in the middle of the presentation. All right, so our next speaker is Jenna. Jenna actually has a really cool story of how she got into the cybersecurity field. She's done talks in other events before for security, but has a very non-traditional story of getting into the security space. Anybody here get into or want to get into the security space that doesn't have the traditional, like, I'm a software engineer background? All right, well, you're going to enjoy this talk. So Jenna, I'll leave it up to you, and if you guys give her a warm welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Jesse. Okay.
I think we have an outrageous speaker request.
We have an outrageous speaker request to grant. Okay.
We have a tradition here in Las Vegas where our speakers have the opportunity to make outrageous speaker requests. Whatever they want, we'll do our best to honor it and provide it to them. The outrageous speaker request for this talk had to do with
The outrageous speaker request for this talk had to do with fizzy water, and puppies are nice too. So we've managed to bring most of it, and we want to go ahead and introduce Jimmy is our local visitor just for you.
That's awesome.
So please take a minute, pet the puppy. That's why he's here. And Jimmy's been in ops for a few minutes, and we've all been loving on Jimmy.
Yay, puppies!
Yay, puppies!
And so that you can never forget, we make some stickers for you. You all are amazing. Thank you. Have a great talk. Right away.
Thank you so much. Well, that's awesome. I was not expecting that. That is so cool. I was really wondering what that request meant, but now I know it was real. I love it. I love it. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's awesome. Okay, before we get started, I don't know why it's showing the taskbar down below. Does anyone know how to turn that off? Because I can't get it to stop showing that. click on the slide. It should not be showing that. Oh, it's not going away. Yeah, because I did that. Do this right here? Or this one? This one? Whoop. Oh, there we go. Okay. Nope, it's showing. There we go. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, without further ado, thank you for your patience. But there were puppies, so it's all better right now, right? Okay, well, thank you for joining me. This is my first B-Sides. Well, if it wasn't obvious with that welcome, thank you. So be nice, laugh at my jokes. But the origin around this idea for this talk centers around my experience. Can everyone hear me okay? Do I need to be closer? Okay. This centers around some of my experiences in mentoring employees, mentees, and I've been told for years that I give some non-traditional advice to security or getting into security and career guidance. So I figured, hey, let's do a talk about that, of the things that I say all the time. And I want to talk to you a little bit about my journey there and how I got my first job. But first, we're going to buckle up because there's no GPS coordinates where we're going. Okay, so where I ended up, where am I today? I've been in cybersecurity for about the past 15 years, and federal cybersecurity specifically. I've built a number of different programs from scratch, different scales, different sizes, different teams. And currently, I started the very first, what I call cyber as a service model that deploys cyber professionals across a 15,000 member workforce. We have a really cool job of what we get to see. Over the years, you know, have to get some certifications because in my space, you do have to look credible on paper. The certifications, they help you with that. I have a CISSP, a GDSA, GCIH, some other acronyms. We can talk about those later if you're interested. But all of that sounds pretty linear, right? Kind of boring. Sounds like I had a plan. I didn't have a plan. Let me tell you where this actually started. A car lot. Not a shiny showroom with really nice, pretty windows, an independent one. Wasn't franchised, no corporate oversight. It was kind of one of those, you know, one of those smaller ones that you see on the side of the road and everything. The rules were more aspirational there, let me tell you. And not just one, 5, over the course of almost a decade. At times in the past, I felt ashamed about my time in the car business. The stereotypes that people thought of, what they might have thought of me as a result of it. But at some point, not only did I stop caring, I learned that my lived experience was my superpower. And I wasn't going to let anyone make me apologize for that. Okay, quick show of hands. Who here has had a job in the past, now, anytime, that might not be on your resume, that has nothing to do with what you're doing right now? Raise your hand. Okay, that's a good number of folks. Okay, keep your hands up. If you have something in your background that you might feel a little embarrassed by, maybe just don't advertise it, don't want to talk about-ish, that's okay, that counts. This talk is for you. It's really for everybody, but I think hopefully this resonates with you all. And this started the way all great careers start. If my clicker will work. Nope. Lies. All right. I wasn't in the car business yet. I'd known the owner for just a couple of weeks at this point. Long enough to know that I really shouldn't be surprised by anything. A former salesman had shown up. He was wanting his commissions. He was upset. He had been fired the week before, and he was furious. So he starts marching up the driveway, and we're all sitting in the showroom, and the owner very quietly gets up. He walks to the back office, and then he comes back out without saying a word, and he comes out with a baseball bat. And he goes and chases that salesman down the driveway. The salesman just ran. He wasn't going to stick around to negotiate. But nobody called the police. Somebody just said, well, anyway, and went back to their lunch. That was just a Tuesday. We knew there was a lot of absurdity in that. But the owner was laughing about it. He didn't think that would actually work, but it did. Most people would have been horrified. I laughed. Maybe that says something about me. But instead of walking out like a sensible person, I had seen the website. I was in the market for a car. I knew it was a wreck. Pictures could have been better, or there were no pictures, things like that. That, a dealership today, this websites and everything were not at the forefront as much then. It was kind of on that bleeding edge still. So I told him, I said, hey, looks like you have an opening. I had a new job the next day. But that story really is the entire talk. And I'll tell you why. My roadmap said that I was supposed to maybe go to an Ivy League school, maybe a military academy, be a lawyer, those kind of more linear things. None of those things happened for me, though. But before we really dive into the meat and potatoes of this, I want to talk to you about what the anti-roadmap is. I'm not telling you to be reckless, and I'm not romanticizing chaos as a lifestyle. It's not accidental, it's not lucky, but sometimes you will find yourself in interesting situations, and luck might play a factor if you let it and take advantage of those opportunities. But what it is about paying attention, figuring out what energizes you, what you're good at that you didn't expect, and figuring out what things felt right versus the things that drained you. It's also about learning to build as you go. Every single role, every detour you've had, every disaster, all of that compounds, good or bad, if you let it, and figuring out how to use that as part of your journey. It's also about learning to find opportunity in chaos, which is a skill. And I'll talk about one of the teams where I had some fantastic mentors, and that was one of the things that they shared with me, is learning to find opportunity in chaos. And I have never forgotten that, and I say it to my teams too. And right now, there's a lot of things right now disrupting our industry that feel very chaotic. There's opportunity there. And I think that's why a lot of us are hanging out in higher ground. There are some really, really great speakers here, and they're talking about those very things. But here's the thing that holds all of this together, though. Your career might look like a zigzag from the outside. That's okay. I'm giving you permission to say that that is okay. But if you're inside of it and you're paying attention, there should be a thread that is running through all of that. And we're going to take some time today to kind of figure out where yours is and think about that. But the format for this, we're going to have 4 principles and things that I learned the hard way that I want to share with you. First, ditch the plan and follow the energy. Okay, another show of hands here. Who has an actual 3 to 5 year plan or has had one in the past? It's okay. I know this is about burning it. It's okay. Safe space. Okay, that's fair. Who had one maybe at one point that survived contact with reality? Yeah, me too. That's the whole point. What nobody says out loud about the 3 to 5 year plan, things are picking up. So 5 years is really hard to imagine right now, so I will admit that. It's not a plan. It's a performance. It's the thing that you say at networking events, maybe to your manager during performance time, in interviews, to make it seem like you have your act together. But I've watched so many people build really interesting careers. In fact, one of the people who recommended that I do this, build really interesting careers that didn't necessarily follow a plan, but they built careers that suited them. And it was because they paid attention to what they were good at and what they enjoyed doing. And they switched directions when it wasn't suiting them anymore, even if it wasn't the obvious move. And I know some of you are skeptical about follow your energy as a career advice. So for the pragmatists in the room, myself included, let me make this real for you. You will be better at things that you are passionate about, that you are motivated by, that fuel you. You will be better. You will never outperform someone who has that motivation and that energy if you're just checking a box. You won't do it. If you're just grinding through the motions, it's hard to be resilient and really want to get through those tough times. But you will want to get through those tough times. You will learn more about yourself and be more of an expert and be more willing to take on those hard challenges if what you're doing fuels you. And that's not a motivational poster. And honestly, I say this to my teams all the time. Life is too short to do something that you hate. It really is. And I don't just say that. I've lived it. Okay, so you know this first one, this first part here. I was young, I was in school, I was told to be a lawyer. I invented a job on a car lot instead. I also learned not to date car salesmen, but that's a whole different talk. Laugh at my jokes. Come on, I need some energy here. That was a joke. It's a little dry, sorry. So I applied the same mindset a little bit later. I was in my first non-cyber internship, working multiple jobs, and I was a little ways out from graduation. I'd already had a business degree. I was working to finish my MBA. And I really wanted to be in cyber. So I was applying for cyber jobs, just as you would, looking at the next step. So I had a manager reach out to a job that I had applied for. And he very generously wanted to give me some career guidance. And I said, sure, of course I'll talk to you about this. And when I sat down with him, what he told me was that if I ever wanted to make it in cyber, I needed to stop what I was doing and go back to school and get a degree that was more relevant to it. Just quit what I was doing, not even finish my degree, because it was essentially worthless for cyber. Let me give you a spoiler. This former business student does cyber for a living and has been for a while. That was someone else's plan and that roadmap. And I went a different way. And maybe that's defiance. I was heartbroken in the moment. I was like, you just told me that what I've been working on for years is essentially worthless. Ouch. That can't be right. And do I just stop because someone said so? No, you take a moment of reflection and really understand where you want to be and set your mind to it. And while he was genuinely an expert in his field, he was only looking through that narrow lens and that one area that he understood. Cyber is a big field, and it is changing every single day. There's a spot for everybody, and there's roles today that I couldn't even imagine when I was getting into the field. That's pretty cool. You don't have fields like that very often. That's why cyber is really cool. But every program since, that kept happening. All those programs that I've built and been a part of, they started similarly. Something didn't exist, something was different, but you saw that opportunity and took it. There was the CISO panel yesterday. They talked about, and I've heard a couple of other themes in some of the other talks here too, talking about finding ways to make yourself useful and make your name for yourself. That is so important, and I want to put a point on that because that's what I'm saying here, is find a way. It might not be what you expected, and it can really open doors for you. And so the point on this is, my roles changed throughout my career. The stakes changed, but the move didn't. And here's what came after. Reflect or repeat as the second principle. Most people change jobs, but very few actually learn from them. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about why that's really important. So this is just a general framework of some questions that I've gone through myself when I'm changing roles and thinking. These are absolutely not set in stone. There's nothing formal about them, but I've found that they really help me uncover what was underneath all of that. The first one is, what excited you? This ties back to the first principle of where's your energy at? What fuels you? What made you lose track of time? What engrossed you? What kept you going? That's where your energy lives. And then the next one. I got some advice to soften this one and not say enrage. I kept enrage because we've all been in a role, I'm sure, I see some head nods, that there were things that just, what? But it's not just things that anger you, upset you, frustrate you. It's also the things that you avoid, because those are sending similar signals to you as well. What ends up at the bottom of your to-do list every week, those types of tasks, taking that moment to figure out what that is really important, because it's telling you something. And third, what did you learn that surprised you? And this self-reflection is important, because figuring out maybe what you learned in whatever that role was, whatever that situation was, even a project, can really open some windows and open your eyes to some things. And then finally, what did you want? Not what you were supposed to want, not what made sense on paper, not what your manager thought that you should be building towards. What did you want? I challenge you to run every significant role, or even some of the detours, if you did a side hustle doing something. Run those through these questions, and maybe add some of your own. This is just a starting point for sure. You might learn some things, and some patterns might emerge when you're asking yourself this as part of that. And I want to tell you what happens when you skip this. Show of hands. Who's ever felt like an imposter in a role that they've had? Yes. As I was putting this together, I was struggling with which story I wanted to tell as part of this for the example. And I reflected on it and then realized that a couple of the stories that I wanted to tell, they were actually both imposter stories, but they were telling me different things and different angles of that lens. And so I'm going to share both with you because I have a problem deciding between the two. But they're different, and maybe you all can relate. The first one, I don't know if this is a technical term, I'm calling it the growth imposter. I was a few years after graduation working in my first cyber role full-time, and the deputy CIO who I reported to, she put me up for a senior advisory role. I would be an advisor to the equivalent of what the company's CEO was, in every office that reported to them. So ethics, legal, the chief information office, so on and so forth. The people who were already in those executive advisor roles had decades of experience on me. And I was constantly in awe of how they navigated things, how they tackled problems. And I was about to be their peer. If that job had been posted, I would not have applied. I would have talked myself out of it. In fact, I tried to talk her out of it, and she wouldn't let me out of it. But I was grateful for that years later. And she told me, she said, "You've got this, and I know you'll rise to the occasion." And you know what? I didn't want to let her down. I was like, gosh, she put me in this role. She believed in me. Let me figure it out. I didn't believe it myself. And I want to tell you exactly what my strategy to get through that looked like, though. Before I was in the meetings where I might be doing some advising on projects and things like that, I would literally listen to Eminem's Lose Yourself on repeat to psych myself up. A grown professional listening to Eminem, trying to fake it till they made it. No joke, that is not a lie. And It took years for me not to feel that for a long time. And that's a tough feeling to sit with. But the important thing about this, after I reflected on it, was that chasm that I felt, it eventually closed. It took some time. It really did. I'm grossly oversimplifying that process, but that closed. And that's the difference between the next story. The next one I'm calling the misfit imposter. Years later, I chased a role, completely different role. It was deliberate, it was planned, it made sense with my career trajectory. I think I even remember answering in the interview that, hey, this is the next logical step in my career. This is where I intend to go. And I was miserable. I was consistently, persistently uncomfortable in that role for years. And what made it even worse is I couldn't explain why. Because on paper, I was qualified for it. Externally to everybody else, I was doing just fine. But when I really, several years in, when I was really thinking about what was causing that feeling, I realized that the job was about telling people no a lot. And it was about looking at all the problems around and pointing them out and not being part of the solution there. I also figured out that I'm a fixer. I like trying to find creative solutions to problems. How do you get to yes? And I couldn't do that in that role. And it made me struggle a lot. But the difference between those two examples is that one of those chasms can close and the other never could. Because it doesn't matter how good you get in that misfit, it just wasn't the right fit. And that's okay. Not every job is going to be a good fit. But figuring that out and taking that time to reflect is how you figure that out. So now to the third principle. Don't be an asshole. Be someone worth betting on. Reputation, I've heard it in several talks, not just in here, but talking about reputation. It's a career asset that is completely portable. It costs you nothing to build, but it can cost you everything if you let it. And it's also very hard to fake over time. It also helps you get into the room, and it helps you have a seat at the table. And sometimes it might not even be your resume that gets you there. It's your reputation. It matters to pay attention to it. Security is a very small field. I know I just talked about how there's so many things to do and it's a broad field, but it is very small. And your reputation will move faster than you do, especially if you're in certain industries. People will know you before you enter the room. So, what do I mean by this? I know. Break it down, make it real here. Say yes before you know how. When someone needs something and your first instinct is to say, that's not my job, you are closing a door before you even know where it might lead. Especially if you're changing careers, pivoting, want to try something different, which I encourage everyone to do. That's how you learn. You don't have that reputation and that track record yet in that area. And I think that's what I credit with some of the opportunities I had earlier in my career is I was like, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm getting into. Sure, why not? Let's do it. Having that attitude and making yourself useful, you will learn so much. And I'm so glad I took those opportunities when I did. It's also very important to know how to say no. But again, not this talk. That's a whole different one too. But be someone who's easy to work with. That's the whole point. Be someone that people want to work with and want to take a bet on, because it will make a difference. Someone took a bet on me in the car business. It very well could have been they just didn't like computers. I don't know. But either way, it set me up for an interesting trajectory. And a few years later, somebody bet on me in a similar way. So when I had first applied for the role that I was just talking about, that was my first student job for cyber specifically. I was hoping to convert to full-time, so kind of jumping around in the timeline a little bit. The interview was tough, but I got the job. And one thing I loved about that team that I joined was they were very candid with feedback, which I think set me up on a great trajectory and built a lot of trust with our team. And they told me outright, you didn't have the experience. I didn't. I wasn't trying to fool anybody. I was in the car business and I had an internship that had nothing to do with cyber. But what they did tell me was, it's okay because we can teach you that. We can't teach you how to interact with people, and we can't teach you the willingness to learn and having that attitude. And that's really sat with me, even in my hiring practices today, is I can teach the technical, but I can't teach someone how to be driven and having the right attitude and having that motivation. But they wanted me on the team for that. And so betting on those intangibles is really where that bet paid off, I think. And I'm so grateful to them for that. So that team did technical risk assessments, threat modeling. We had to know how to talk to people, how to understand all different things across the enterprise. And it also set me up to really understand how to talk to people. Them modeling and influencing and showing me how to do that so early in my career, I still use it every single day. And it was a game changer. But notice what that is. It's also about reading the room, being a part of it, and making yourself useful. That's the whole trick. Okay, I'm going to jump forward a few years too. So I've had some nice rose-colored glasses. Everything sounds nice and easy. It all worked out, right? I ended up in one of the worst jobs of my career a few years later. I'll talk a little bit about how I got there in the next slide. But what got me out of that situation wasn't my resume. It wasn't a recruiter. It was a phone call and a connection. That deputy CIO that I worked for, she helped make a connection that set me up to build those programs. Someone needed my help, and they said, you know, you have the background I think that we're looking for. And I said, I've never done this before. I'm in. Let's do it. Let's figure it out. But I had put off making that connection. My previous mentor kept saying, reach out to her, reach out to her, reach out to her. And I didn't. I put it off because it felt transactional to me. And I was like, no. And I finally did. And it paid off. And that person, in turn, became a mentor of mine. But that's what reputation actually is. It's not necessarily your LinkedIn network, but it can be. And it's not necessarily your personal brand, your hashtag that you put on TikTok or anything. But were you someone that people would go out of their way for when it mattered? And that's about people. I want to talk a little bit about instinct. So the fourth principle here, trust your gut. It isn't mystical. It's about pattern recognition that your conscious brain hasn't caught up to yet. Here's the thing about gut instinct. You can't have it without experience. It isn't something that gets pre-installed, but you calibrate it over time. So those 5 lots over a decade, there were some detours in there. You heard about the first one with the baseball bat. It taught me that chaos is survivable. And pretty much every workplace has some level of chaos in it. But the second one I worked at was very reputable, and I stayed there for years. And it's important to recognize which places are good, so you're calibrating that too, because you can't recognize the good unless you've been there in some cases. Of course, there were some sketchy ones in there. Some of those stories I won't be able to tell in this talk, but they were all genuinely valuable, though. The one place that, I just have to say this, unironically played jazz music to sound more classy. That was a trip. But that's not a decade of bad luck or bad decisions, despite what my mother says. It's 10 years of training data. Every one of those situations, those dealerships, those roles, it taught me something about reading people, navigating pressure, navigating chaos, and whether I realized it or not, helping calibrate what that gut instinct was. And this is why Principle 2 about reflecting or repeating and this fourth principle about trusting your gut are interrelated. The reflection that you do in that reflection exercise is what helps sharpen your gut. They feed into each other. So, 10 years of calibration, and I'm going to tell you about a time that I ignored it completely. I was looking to make a career move, and I had interviewed for a role at another organization that some of the teams worked together across the organizations, but I hadn't told anyone about that. I wasn't even sure if I was ready to make the move or not. It was a big deal. To me, at least, it was. And I didn't want to say anything prematurely because I was still on the fence. And I had been working with a manager for some time on a project, and he was a very polarizing figure. But I don't know, maybe it was the car business, I don't know. I got along with him great, though. And he was a very direct, to the point, no fluff. He calls me up, no hello, nothing. And he goes, "You're leaving us." And my stomach dropped. You ever been in one of those situations where you're like, oh crap, you weren't supposed to know that. How did you find out? The only way that he could have known that is if the interviewing team had said something to his team. And I wasn't that close with either team. I was kind of on the periphery. And it seems like a small thing, but in that moment, it was a huge red flag to me. And what it said about some of the norms about professional discretion. My gut said, withdraw. I actually liked the team that I was on, but there were a number of other reasons that I was looking to make a move, change cities, so on and so forth. And I fought that feeling. I was like, what is this feeling? But I proceeded anyway. So flash forward a little bit, a few months. I didn't listen to that gut. The team was one of the most difficult teams I've been on. It was a snake pit. That slide about the rescue mission, it was this team. Even the manager couldn't keep confidence with people's private business. It was just the culture of the team. My gut was right with that phone call, but I ignored it. I never stopped listening to it after that. Sometimes you might need to override your gut, and that's okay, but go into it with eyes wide open. And that reflection exercise, it helped me in the moment. I knew the team was not a good fit within the first week. I started looking for jobs, and somehow I lasted 3 years, about 3 years. But my mental health paid for it. But I got out, fortunately, because of some connections that paid off. But the real point is, trust your gut. And if you've been in a situation where you've overridden it, it might still be transmitting. So take some time to think about it and listen. Okay, we're going to do an exercise here. Think about what skill that you have that you might have learned earlier in your career that you still use today? It could be the most obscure thing. Does anyone like to share? Mm-hmm. Oh, you got a mic here.
Sorry, thanks. In college, I tutored. Not a tutor now, but I spent a lot of time in front of a whiteboard explaining concepts and things to people, and got really good at being able to like kind of turn, walk back and forth, and do that. Now, where I'm at, and I'm in more of a leadership role, but I get an opportunity to do a lot of mentoring with our younger folks, and there's kind of a running joke that's like I'll be talking for a little bit, and then I'll reach this point where like I need to explain something and it's a concept, and they'll just see me kind of walk over and like, oh, it's whiteboard time, right? Because that's just like it was so comfortable that it just became part of like how I talk.
I love that. That's awesome. That is such a valuable skill too. Thank you for sharing. I forgot to pull them out. I have tchotchkes for you that are dumpster fires, so be sure you get one. Anyone else? Yeah.
All right. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, I can hear you.
So I guess it was probably a couple of things, but one, it was like in college, it was doing cold calls.
Yeah.
It really sucked. But I mean, now like, decades later, and I'm getting spam calls from scammers. But man, damn, like. But that skill of being able to call an unknown person and not take it to heart, or kind of brush it off your shoulder.
Yeah.
Right. So like when I'm using that skill set when I approach in like networking events. Right.
It's perfect. Yeah.
To approach companies, I'm like, hey, I'm trying to look for a job in this sector. I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. Right. But damn it, I'll figure it out. And most of the time they don't call back, and the ones that do, right? It's like fishing, right?
Yeah.
You're about to get a bite one time. That's all you need. I just need one bite. It doesn't matter how big or small the fish is. Just give me a bite.
Yeah, great example.
Yeah, the other one was just at school doing like drama.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So in order to speak in front of large audiences, like one-on-one, I was the difficulty. But if you put me in a large crowd, man, I got it down, so. But that was the thing. I was able to do presentations in front of large audiences just from something I learned from like high school.
Yeah, great examples. Thank you for sharing. Anyone else? We got a couple minutes. Yeah.
It's super quick. I know you got a couple minutes left, so. But I'd say customer service. I think, early on, probably one of my first jobs or whatever, just learning how to navigate customers and everything kind of helps you diffuse any situation that you have within your own career when you have to deal with customers or even other peers. It just helps you. And I love your example about reputation is important, because I always say be the person that you want to work with, and people remember that.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to underscore that customer service. I think that's where it comes from in the car business, because that is a really hard skill. And cold calling, same thing. Yeah, we have someone else. Great examples. Thank you.
Yeah, so I joined the Navy a little bit over 20 years ago. I was a cryptologist, but I used to tell everybody that I was a janitor in the Navy, because as an E3, your job is basically clean the ship. And so I took that opportunity to take pride in the work. And even though I wasn't doing cryptology work, because I'm an E3, my job is to sweep and mop the deck, I made sure that everything was to perfection, that all the bright works were shined, and I took pride in what I was doing. And so when people start arguing about what titles they are now at my level, I want to be called this. If you watch Game of Thrones, and Aries Breaker changed all the long titles, I tell everybody I'm the janitor. My job is to get down there, do the job that nobody wants to do, clean up people's messes, and take pride in what you want to do, and make sure that you always strive perfection, no matter what the smallest thing is.
Yeah.
That you got to make sure it's perfect, even if you don't agree with it. It's still your task. And then at the supervisor level, kind of humble myself that I'm not above the lowest person. At one point, I was that janitor, and to make sure that I bring myself down, that I don't work or they don't work for me, that I actually work for them as their supervisor. The caveat of servant leadership.
I love that. Thank you. Okay, that's time. So let's put a bow on this real fast. Thank you for sharing. Make sure you get your dumpster fire tchotchkes. I got them for you. Okay. So in closing, the career you want isn't planned. It's paid attention to. A roadmap is safe. Think about what fuels you. Follow those principles. So real quick, one more time, because we're out of time. 1, ditch the plan, follow the energy. 2, reflect or repeat. 3, don't be an asshole. 4, trust your gut. And I want to leave you with this one thing, something to think about, not necessarily today, and I know I'm the only thing stopping you from happy hour right now, but next week, maybe before your next opportunity lands in your lap, think about, what do you want? But the roadmap doesn't have to end here. If you'd like to talk more, please hit me up on LinkedIn. I would love to chat. Thank you so much for your participation and attention. Thanks for making this a great talk. This was a lot of fun. Appreciate you all.
Great job, Jenna. Well, thanks everyone for joining. I think happy hour is getting started here shortly. So that'll be the end of the talks for today, and then we'll be back in here tomorrow morning.
Bye.